All right, hello, and hope you're all doing fantastic. We are about to start a live stream right now, trying to get this all adjusted here. I'm trying to get this all into frame. So what we're doing is I'm just going through this drawing book that's basically like a really good drawing tutorial course, whatever you want to call it. And I think there's a cat over here. No? Is there no cat? Okay, there's no cat over here. And I'm actually using what's called the STAEDTLER mechanical Mars Technico. It's a lead holder, and this is an absolutely amazing thing because basically I think I was calling it a mechanical pencil for the longest time, but I think the real technical term for it is a lead holder. And this is great for drawing because you don't have to constantly switch pens. You just let it fall out. And there's even a sharpener that I could show you later, but there's a sharpener at the end. You just pull this out and you just sharpen with it. It's pretty great. But of course, it's pretty messy. Like, this is a messy sharpener, but it's like the perfect size sharpener. But it is a messy sharpener if you are not careful, and you like sharpen and then you dump everything out. But this is a really easy, great book to learn from. I'm basically doing this live stream just to practice with it. I find drawing to be very helpful, especially if you're learning to paint or pretty much any type of artwork. And of course, there's all sorts of different styles and things. And this is a very classical. This book specifically, there's multiple versions of this book, and I'm gonna be straight up here. You can actually get the original. So this was originally published in like 1850, and not this specific book right here, but this idea, the book Bargue drawing collection, originally was published in like the 1800s, which means there's a free version out. Free, as in the original version is in the public domain, which means it is technically available for anyone to do whatever it is that they want with it. Now, the version that I'm using here is by this company. Even though I know I could find it online for free, I don't mind paying this company that was able to compile it all together into one book. But I find that an interesting thing, that anybody can technically take all of Bargue's images. And by the way, this is not law advice, so take it with a grain of salt. Do your own research, do your studies. But because it's in a public domain, you can actually like go on there and do your own version of the publishing. So anyway, I'm using this version. What's up, Corey? How are you doing? I know Corey is hard at work right now. So so glad of you to be able to stop by and say what's up. So I'm just going to start right now. This is my first drawing of the day, and I'm just going to warm up. Maybe a bit longer. But at the end of the day, all you're really doing is just learning to copy. That's all this book is about, is learning to copy. And I know that's going to sound dumb, because who really just wants to copy all day? But you can learn so much as far as drawing goes if all you did was like learn to copy stuff. Because what is a portrait, right? What is a portrait? A portrait is just somebody learning to copy a image of somebody, right? You're just learning to copy. You're just learning to copy what somebody looks like onto a canvas or a page or whatever. So whatever that is for you, that's all drawing really is. Now, if you're drawing from total imagination, that's different, of course. Like when you're whatever your imagination, that's going to be unique to you, as well as your overall skills before you even learn to draw. But at the end of the day, you get the idea. So we're going to go like this, and we got this, so we're going to come down just a little bit here. Come down like that. We're going to come down right around the center. So right around the center is going to go right here. And what this book really teaches you is just like how to start to see and look at things. How to look, how to see, how to um, how to measure proportions so that even if you get any of these individual lines at a different size, you know, if you were to mess up the size of the lines, as long as you get the proportions right, you're pretty good to go, you know? There's not much that can mess you up. You won't totally make it look wrong, which is amazing, right? Like imagine if you could just learn to draw without having to like study anatomy or, you know, study the structure of the flower or whatever and just learn to draw because you're able to just use your judgment, your sight. And you know, I know we don't all trust our own judgment, but at the end of the day, that can be what drawing is, and that's how easy it can be to learn drawing just using your judgment. And you know what? Maybe you find out that your judgment is horrible. Like your ability to judge and analyze distances, maybe you find out that that is horrible and that leads you to, you know, go to different type of art. Maybe you choose like I don't know, maybe you choose abstract art or something or super expressionist or maybe pour painting or something. And it's all valid, right? So, um, we're all going to find our own ways of doing things, but it is good to know like, hey, I can do this, right? And I think one thing that's great about these books is it will give you this experience like, yeah, I can do this. I can draw. I can learn to draw. You can learn to draw with this book. I guarantee it. Um, unless you're just like the worst case scenario, I think you just need to trace it. If you trace these things like 2 or 3 times before you actually try to draw yourself. And that is my guarantee. If you are willing to try to draw every single one of these at least 5 times each, you will learn to draw. But of course, nobody wants to put in that work. We all know that everybody just wants to, they want the guarantee without the work, right? You want the guarantee without the work, but I pretty much guarantee it. So, with the work, I'll guarantee it with the work. I guarantee that anybody who puts in the effort to draw every single one of these things at least 5 times will pretty much know how to draw or pretty much learn how to draw. See, so you can already see if you're like analyzing what I'm doing right now, you can pretty much see that I have quite a few mistakes on this lip right here. I have quite a few mistakes, but you know what? It's not a big deal. We'll make it work. So, you know, we can already see that this has started like this. Let me see. Oh yeah, so that's where the lip comes in. So this lip is going to come down. All right, that's where that lip's going to come in. And then that's where this lip is going to come in as well. So we got this parallel line and another parallel line here. It's pretty much parallel. Just to create the roundness of the mouth here. And let's go down like this. So we're going to come down. And this isn't normally how I actually like draw on a regular basis. Like I'm not going to draw. I don't usually draw this slow. Like when I'm sketching, I tend to move pretty fast. But when I'm copying these, I like to, you know, at least practice and get the mileage in, get the mileage for my drawings in. You know, really spend the time to get some things right, and then somewhere along the way, just pick up the, and then just somewhere along the way, free myself later on after I've learned like spend a lot more time just constantly doing the basic stuff, right? Just the basics, the stuff that people don't want to do, but is totally necessary. So there we have it. These lines, the only problem is with these lines is because like you're trying to take these really straight angled areas and you're trying to make them rounded. So, you know, I haven't, so it ends up being really dark lines as opposed to really thin lines. But this is a great pencil. I love this pencil, the lead holder, especially since like the lead's really thick. You get thicker lead. so it doesn't break as easily and easily replaceable. I've dropped this a couple times and you know, it still keep. Oh, look, spider. Can anybody see that spider right there? This spider just came out of nowhere. Mr. Spider, where are you going, Mr. Spider? Running away? You can't hide here. This isn't a good place to hide because you might accidentally get crushed. Come here. Get on the pencil. Get on the pencil there. Get on the pencil, dude. Stop being scared and get on the pencil. Like, what's wild is, like, this spider has never experienced danger in its life, probably. But somehow it instinctually knows to try to avoid contact with me. Yo. Alright, spider dude. Peter Parker, where are you? Alright, well, I blew him off. Hopefully he landed somewhere safe. I'm sure he landed somewhere safe. Because, you know, you could drop a spider from like 100 feet and it'll survive. Or an ant. I don't actually know if that's true, but I'm just going to assume it is. Alright, so let's get to this other face here. We're going to go down with the little line right here. It's almost straight, just barely noticeable. And then let's go... Just training our powers of observation. That's all this is just training powers of observation. And then we're going to go down a little bit. And Corey, how you doing? Hope you're doing fantastic. Hope you are having a wonderful, fantastic day. Let me see if I could adjust this. I want to adjust this a little bit better. This camera. Is that better? Is that a better angle? Let me see. Is that a better angle? I hope it is. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Are you seeing this fantastic angle that I've got here? Okay, and there's a lot going on here. We got this nostril, and I'm just going to gently sketch this nostril down. You're getting off from work? Oh, I thought you were starting work at this hour. That's awesome, man. Great to know that you're getting off from work, dude. My day is better now that I know that you are getting out of work. My day is better. My day has become that much better. My life would not have been complete without it. Yes. Totally messing with you, Mizu. Yes. Thank you for that. Good. So glad that you're able to tune in while you're able to pop in and out of work and all that. It's great. So let's see right here. We're gonna go across, and this is pretty much a straight line. I would never draw this slow, by the way. If I was just doing it like regularly, I would never draw this slow. Because things are always moving. When you're actually like drawing somebody, things are constantly moving. Nothing ever stands still. Things are always moving. Nothing is ever still. So like you really have to move really fast when you're drawing out like in public or whatever. Or heck, if you're like an animator, you know, you got to draw quick. You got to have like pump out like, you know, 100 slides a day or whatever. At least that's what I think they had to do back in the day. I don't know about animation today, but you know, you gotta pump that stuff out fast. Those sketches, you gotta pump out that Mickey Mouse round. Yes, thank you. You have provided me with a lot of your viewership, so that is wonderful. Thank you. And here we go. And I definitely hope that it continues to provide you the value that you're looking for, the value, the whatever inspiration, motivation, or perhaps you just like to support a like helping support an artist by an artist streamer by giving them some views. So thank you. Yes, Omizu happens to be my one of my top channel supporters. He's a goat. Greatest of all time. All right. So here we go. It does not go unrecognized. If I had a Hall of Fame, so if I get 8 or more if I get, I believe if I have it 8 or more subscribers, I can actually include like a Hall of Fame on my channel, which, you know, if I finally do reach that point, not just regular subscribers, but actual channel members, I can actually highlight y'all. So you will be the first on that list when I do get there. But, you know, I think the thing about streaming like this is that it's like, you know, you give, my goal is to just give as much as I can, share as much info as I can, and you know, I don't actively promote the subscriber element of it. Maybe I should, you know, maybe that would be a good thing. But here we go. We're gonna continue with this lip here. Right there, that's a lip. And then let's see, give a nice little dimension there. We're just gonna go like this. So this is so this is the other lip, and underneath we're just gonna go across right here. It's a nice light line, nice and subtle. We'll get Michael eventually. Yes. Michael, are you watching? When will you become one of my top channel members? Soon, right? Soon. And here we go. So we're going to go bring this down. But this is easy, right? Like just copying. I'm just copying this, looking how to see, looking how to measure the lines, not measure, but just like visually estimate the lines. I'm not even like using a measuring tool for perfect accuracy. I'm not even using a measuring tool. I'm just, other than my eyes. I guess our eyes count as a measuring tool. You can't discredit the eye. You know, the eye does not exist in a vacuum. An eye is also a measuring tool. But you get the idea that, you know, there is a lot going on here. There's a lot of information to take in, but this book has totally simplified the act of drawing to something much more very attainable. I think this is totally attainable as far as learning to draw goes. So that's a little bit too dark of a shadow. But it doesn't look too bad. So we're going to keep going. And my hand right here is like really annoying because it's like digging into this surface here. Let's see if I can raise it up just a little bit. Or maybe I just have to change the way I'm using my pencil. Let's see, give a little bit of a edge of a lip right here. And then curve this down from the lip here. And there we go. So pretty straightforward. Yes. This is all like, all seems a little blocky, but it's got an aesthetic to it. You know, it's this classical aesthetic. The aesthetic that you see from this ancient sculptures. And, you know, we don't all want to learn how to draw like that, right? Hopefully not everybody on the planet wants to learn to draw like this. Because that would make for a very boring planet, devoid of creativity and new ideas. But I will say that this style, it's an aesthetic, you know, it's a style. It is just one way of seeing things, and it's a very beautiful way. And where I think a lot of this helps to carry over, even if you don't want to learn like classical stuff, even if you don't want to sculpt ancient Greek sculptures, where I think this is really helpful is just learning how to see, how to measure. I know that this has helped me a lot, like just from drawing landscapes. Even from drawing landscapes, this has been totally helpful for me. You know, doing this program, this guide, this program, we're going to call it a program. It's been very helpful to me. Because what you're constantly doing is you're constantly looking for proportions. You know, you're not literally measuring everything, but you are constantly seeking out the proportions, the accuracy, the measurement of not actually measuring, but you're looking for proportions, looking for, you know, how this all comes together, and that is going to help you so much when you go to anywhere else to draw. And you know, isn't that what we all seek? Just learning how to draw what we want to draw, right? Just learning how to see things, how to interpret. And again, I will say that the history of this book is a bit of a dark history of art. I want to point that out, that there was a time in art. There was a time in art that you were not allowed to express yourself. Yes, that's right. There was a time in art when self-expression was not valued. You were basically just a tool who is supposed to copy things. That's it. And you're supposed to do that for whoever hires you, which was probably royalty or an organization with lots of money, aka the church. And you know, during those times, that's what you're supposed to do. No creativity, just you know, come up. I mean, of course there was some creativity, but the expression, the change, having your own opinion on, you know, like what is a good aesthetic or not, that wasn't really a thing. Whatever school you went to, whoever you studied under, whatever like city, Renaissance city you lived in, that was, you know, the ideal. That was how you were supposed to do your work, and not, you know, ask questions, not question the master of the school, the art school. Now, this, I will say, you know, I will say one thing. Although I've been talking about art history, I think this book specifically is a little bit more modern. It was made in the 1800s, so not quite as far back as the Renaissance, which was the 1400s that I'm talking about. But you know, even around this time, it's until the Impressionists changed everything, which is about this time, the 1850s. you know, until the Impressionists changed everything, artists weren't really having opinions. Let's just be quite honest. Artists weren't having opinions. So, and that's the truth. Artists were not allowed to have expression. They weren't allowed to have opinions, and that's just how it was. And that's why Impressionists are such a valued. Oh, draw the rest of the head. Oh yeah, that's a funny idea. Here we go. How do I draw the rest of the head? I see. Let's see. Let's do this one. We're just gonna draw down to the chin, and I'm not gonna do it too. I'm not gonna take too long on it. Let's draw a lump on this guy's nose here. I'm gonna draw a lump, and let's go. We're gonna make his nose quite long, and then let's go like with the eye here. I'm making this up, by the way. The eye probably goes right around here, right? Hmm. Maybe a bigger eye here, right? Draw the eyelid. And then draw the eyebrows. Yeah, this side probably needs to be a little bit bigger. So we're going to go, let's increase the size of this eye here. And let's see, how does this come together? So we got this nose right here. Draw that eye. Got some probably cheekbones right here, right? Got some cheeks. And come down with his jaw. And come around. Bring the forehead up a little bit, right? Bring the forehead and around this eye. Give him a good old classic haircut. Good old little classic haircut there. And the ear. See, the ear should be around the central of the head. So I probably put that a little far back. But let's go right around here for the ear. Right around the top of the eyebrow. Challenge is to draw the ear. And get this nice big earlobe and allow that to fade into this other ear here. And honestly, I think this chin's a little jacked up, because now that I'm thinking of it, the chin probably needs to come right here, right to the outside of the ear. But then that makes this head too flat. So probably the ear's too far forward. But anyway, we can go ahead and go like this. Let's see. Let's bring out the skull a little bit, right? And then the jaw. And of course, get the give him curly hair, almost like an afro, but not quite. And yeah, that's my addition to drawing the rest of the head. But you know what? I really like that challenge, this idea of, you know, how do you fill in the rest of the space? Like, it's cool if you copy, right? It's great to copy, but maybe, you know what we do? We pull a, actually, let me finish this. Before I get distracted, let me at least finish this mouth. It's so easy to get distracted. Why is it so easy to get distracted from live streaming? Before I figure out the rest, try to analyze the rest, we're gonna go. Okay, and this is pretty simple. Bring this nose and like round it out here. And then we're going to round it out again and give it this curve down. And then this nose is going to curve in right here. Curve in right there. Go around the front here. Just a nice subtle line. Nice subtle shadow right there. What is this? Oh yeah, right here. So this is like a little curve here. Oh. And then we're going to go around the front of this lip. And then I want to smooth out some of these angles here. So we're going to do that by just rounding this out. Just rounding it out a bit. Just doing a little bit to round it out, just to make it seem more natural. Seem more natural. There we go. That's not bad. This right here needs to be, actually this right here needs to be most rounded. And just a little bit right there. Right there. Curve around the chin here. You still see somewhat of the angles, but that's all right. So let's try to fill in the rest of the face here. So this is like a top-down view. You know, how do we navigate that? Let me think. So you got like the bottom of the chin here. It's gonna come around. And you know what? So if this is the top-down view, let's give the nose just a bit more dimension here. And it's probably gonna go have like a little gap right here. And you know, some eyebrows are always helpful. So then eyebrows probably start around right above this section and just above the nose curve. So we're just gonna go, let's see, give some eyebrows right there. And let's try to figure out the eye location here. So eye probably starts right around where the nostril is. That's where the pupil goes. So I'm guessing a pupil goes somewhere right here. Let's see. Oh. No, pupil will probably go right here. And then so as I'm drawing this, I'm not using a reference, which you could probably tell. But let's see. Let's go with the eyelid right there. And this probably needs to go way more forward then, so. And another ear. Anyway, just messing around based on, oh man, so the eye needs to be much bigger. You can definitely tell that the eye needs to be way bigger than this. This would be like that size. And then because of that, if that's right there, throw on the eyelid. Anyway, let's keep copying until we have mastered the perfect locations of the eyes. So here we go. We're gonna go into this next mouth, and as we start to learn how to draw, totally just making these eyes up. One thing is, if I did have a reference, I know I would be able to do it much better. But you know what? We're always going to be working with references, pretty much, for the most part, unless you decide to do something totally different. But like totally different, as in some style or some genre that doesn't need references. Like, I don't know, designing. I mean, even designers probably use references. They're probably sitting there with all sorts of different ideas sitting in front of them, books, inspirations, styles, things that the client provides. And here we go. So we're going to go down like this. And we're going to have that nose. And then we're going to go down here. And let's go, it's going to come down. I'll leave that there, just a cheek muscle on the side there. I'll leave that for now. I can already see that the actual width of it might be wrong, but that's okay. So we're just going to bring this part of the lip to the front. And here, so come around like that. And that's probably a little too far, so we're just going to bring this down. Let's go like this. Bring this lip straight to the front here. It's going to be just a little bit further forward. And here we go. So bring this around. And let's see. Come around like this. Oh, how did I come to make this chin so darn long? So anyway, I'm going to go like this, curve this chin in a little bit, quite a lot. And then we're going to go up and around. And let's tighten this up, shall we? So we're going to have this nose, and we're going to round out the nose here. And then we're going to go bring in a nostril, bring in this right there. Subtle little color right there. But yes, if you take the time to go through this book and draw it at least 5 times, you could learn how to draw the human body. Now, you know, you might not learn perfect anatomy. You might not know that the ear is normally in pretty much the center of a sphere if you turn to the side, or that, the eyeballs are a certain width, or, you might not know that the length of the top of the ear to the bottom of the ear is pretty much from the length of like your nose, or like you might not learn that the exact proportions of a typical hand. But you will learn how to draw. You will know the proportion, or not proportions, but you will know how to start seeing dimensions and sizes in the body, and just to start to see all the different characteristics of the human body. And then you get it from the perspective of this, it's more of a classical style, right? This classical style of drawing. This book was originally published in the 1800s, so, still quite old. We don't always want to learn, things from the past. Otherwise, where's the excitement? Where's all the new stuff? But if this does excite you, if the idea of, you know, drawing in like a classical style excites you, then this is a great choice. This is a great choice for a book to learn drawing from. And you know what's great is, although I'm talking about it, which doesn't help my case of what I'm about to say, this book has no words. This book has 0 words. There's nothing in this book that tries to explain to you what you need to do. So if you're good at like being self-guided, or you're good at like keeping yourself motivated, and you're good at just in general like keeping yourself going, and willing to put into effort to know how to look at something and see your mistakes without being told, you go really far with this book, because that's pretty much what this book is, right? It doesn't tell you your mistakes. You just have to, you might have to like lay your drawing on top of this piece, on top of this, and then just trace it to see where you went wrong, right? Like that. I feel like that's one of the great ways to learn art, because it's a visual idea, and it's like you don't have to. Someone tells you how to do something, you're not going to learn. But if someone shows you, gives you something to copy, something to study from, that's when you can really learn how to draw. But I can't tell you like visual arts is like, you can't really teach it in words. It's just, you can explain things, and I think people will like pretend to nod their head like, oh well, you draw the line down here, and then you draw the line sideways, and then the nostril is just like a quarter back from the front of the nose, and then when you bring the front ridge of this part of the lip, I forget what it's called, and you bring the lip down, you have to know that there's an upper edge on the lip that kind of curves around down to the side, and the bottom lip also has a similar thing, but it's a little bit bigger, and you got to make sure to get the top of the chin, like the subtle line of the top of the chin, bring the sides of the chin, and make sure that your angles, like you can't explain drawing. It's just like, you just don't. That explanation sounded horrible, because you can't learn that way. And I tend to exaggerate things when I am trying to criticize something, which you could tell I was criticizing this idea of hyperbolizing, why you can't teach drawing with words. And there's some things you can't teach, like you could teach anatomy with words, and that will help somebody understand the human body a little bit better when they do draw. And when you do learn to draw, then you can study anatomy so that you can practice drawing without any references. But ultimately, you got to learn the actual drawing stuff. And I think that really just comes from having the power of perception. The power of perception, the ability to look at something and just feel confident that you're at least measuring some of the details right with your, just visually. Oop, that was a little mess up, but that's okay. We go down. Oh, here we go. So this needs to come down like so. Oh, wait, what part is this? Oh, that's different than that. Okay.
Can you hear me?
What?
Oh, you can hear me? Oh,
yeah.
How was the corn?
Good. It's all right.
Okay.
Yeah, it tasted fine.
Okay.
Are you hungry?
Now I'm hungry.
Now you're hungry.
I was hungry earlier.
Good. I look forward to cooking for you, babe. Baby.
Cooked.
Huh?
You already cooked.
Yeah. Well, no, I still have to cook your sausage.
Oh. That's nice. I have to do it right away.
I'm gonna do it right now because I need to do this. So excuse me, people. I've promised my partner that I would cook for her. So I'm gonna put this down for about 5-10 minutes as we cook. Well, maybe less, but we'll be back. We're gonna mute this. All right, we're back for another minute before I have to take my pencils away. You're back. Give him back his brushes. Give me back my brushes. Why, you don't like my drawings? What's wrong with these drawings? These are the best drawings. The goat of drawings. We all know what a goat is, right? Greatest of all time. If you don't know that, then you haven't been on the internet lately. But yes, I'm taking a break from painting. small break. I don't know how long I'm gonna take this break for, but yeah, so here as I'm looking at this, I'm like, okay, I'm constantly thinking like, where do my lines have to end? And this line pretty much has to end a little bit further that way.
Funny how you can't go all night without eating, but you can go all day.
Oh, no.
Notice that?
So I've messed this up, but that's okay.
Evan,
Oh, what?
you notice how the kittens can't go all night without eating, but they can go all day? I mean, they eat in the morning,
Oh,
then I feed them
yeah, sure.
at the end of the day.
What's up, Michael Wilbur, though? How are you, dude?
But I don't give them canned food during the day. No, I don't. Hello.
All right. And just a little break from painting. Spend some more time drawing, you know? I always feel like I need to work on the basics. I always feel like it's important to, you know, jump into basics. Oh no.
How do I know when the hot dog stuff?
You'll know. No, I'm gonna make it.
Oh, you are?
Yeah, I'm gonna finish. I'm gonna finish the job.
Oh.
I will finish the job. But yes, Michael, Omizu and I were telling about because Omizu is the one of my top viewers, that I want to give him a spot on the Hall of Channel members. But in order to do that on my channel, I have to have at least 8 of y'all. So, you know, first 8, I can't promise that you will have a spot forever. Have that spot forever. But, you know, because time will change. But, at least for the time being, top 8 members will have a spot on the, so there's like a wall of greatness that I can actually make once I have at least 8 subscribers. Or not 8 subscribers, but 8 channel members. So that's something to look forward to if you're considering becoming a channel member. You can be one of the first few on that featured members list. Something to look forward to. And there you have it. So anyway, let's go like this. And now let's round out some of these shapes, these forms. Give a little subtle transition there around the nose. And we're going to go around like this. Give the nostrils some look in there. And we're going to round this out. And we're going to round this part of the nose out. And actually, something that I missed here. There's a nostril right there. And then this is going to round out. Round this out. This.
Burning.
Probably just the onions. No, just the onions.
Oh.
Just the onions that were left on Alexa, set timer for 1.5 minutes.
1 minute and 30 seconds. Starting
And here we go. So, I'm gonna bring this chin up around a bit. And you know what? This isn't one of the best mouths that I made. This looks pretty flat, as in this looks like it's supposed to be at a much more distinct angle. So I'm actually gonna do it again. I'm gonna do this one again because I don't like that this actually doesn't look like, because it's supposed to look like the head's at a tilt. But I did not capture that very accurately. So we're gonna start again, and we're gonna give it another go. Let's give it another go. Give ourselves another chance. Give yourself a chance, people. If you don't give yourself a chance, who's gonna give it to you? Give yourself a chance. And you know what? Like, if you don't get it right the first time, the best part is you don't need to cry, because you could just try again. That's it. You just pick it up. If it doesn't look good, you try again. That's it. Alexa, off. Alright, so you have to figure out how you're going to wrap this all together.
Thank you.
Got it?
Yeah, thank you.
Alright, so we're going to try again. We're trying again on this mouth right here, or this mouth to jaw area. And let's see, how do we want to do this? What do I have to improve from last time? That is the question. That is the question. What do I need to do to improve? Yo, it really isn't the same stream. Without Michael, it's it's so quiet, especially if Omizu is working. Because without Michael, it's really just Omizu and the other few lurkers. Which, you know, if you want to lurk, that's cool. That's fine. You don't have to contribute to the creative conversation if you don't want to. If you want to maintain your privacy. Or maybe, like, I realize more and more that, like, maybe there's a lot of viewers that don't speak English. And I also, you know, speak a little quickly. So, like, I understand that too, you know. There's viewers from all over the world, of every nation and state and language, that you know, sometimes people just, English is not the language for them. So I'm gonna try this again, but what I have to do now is I have to exaggerate this. Let me think. Dome, 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 dome. I gotta exaggerate this this transition more.
Leave any for Simba?
So I'm trying to decide how I want the angle. I want that angle to be a bit more. It's an exaggerated angle. So anyway, let's go like this. We got that, and then we're gonna come around and we're gonna go bring this down. And then we're gonna go bring this down again. What is good though is we do have this part of the cheek as a guide to help us where we're going. If you don't succeed, cry again. Yes. See, Omizu, man, you with your wisdom is awesome. It is awesome that you can share your wisdom, such as if you don't succeed, cry again. That is the way. That is the way. You must always cry when you mess up, and then cry again, and cry some more until someone else does it for you. So here we go. We're going to bring this chin around, right around here. Grab my brushes. Yes. It will be a while before I grab my brushes. I really feel this calling, this recent calling to do more drawing. And I can't explain it. It's just my calling right now, you know? It is what I feel I must do in order to appease my creative senses. So here we go, and we're gonna go, that's gonna come across, and then boom. And boom. So right here, we're gonna try this again. Let's create this outline here and just see if we can do a better job. If this gives us a better look for everything, or a more accurate look, it's gonna look good no matter what. Always looks good. Everything I draw looks good. But does it look right? That's the question, right? It's okay to love all of your drawings, but if you have a goal in mind, if you set your goal to create a drawing that looks like something, you know, it's good to have confidence, but it's also good to know when you're doing something wrong. Pookie, stop eating the paper. Stop eating the paper. My cat is eating the paper on my drawings table. So we're gonna go like this, and just a nice subtle line like that. Kitties, kitties, kitties. Who likes cats? Actually, you know what? Everybody should like cats. The real question is, who doesn't like cats? You're not allowed in here. If you don't like cats, this is a cat lovers only channel. You are banned from this channel for life if you don't like cats. I have spoken. That is it. All non-cat likers are banned from my channel.
Quoting from Mandalorian a lot.
What?
You're quoting from Mandalorian a lot.
What do you mean I'm quoting from?
I have spoken.
Oh, is that what they say on the Mandalorian? I have spoken. By the way, fun fact, everybody, Kathleen played a Mandalorian. If anybody is a Star Wars fan, Kathleen, my partner who's eating right now, was actually a Mandalorian. If you are a fan of Star Wars, she was actually played a costumed up Mandalorian on the movie. I mean, on the show. What season was it?
3.
Season 3? On season 3. So she's a genuine Mando. Genuine Mando. Yes, it's official. Genuine Mando. And she was on an episode where they were fighting, and they're fighting the giant. I don't want to spoil it for anyone who hasn't watched season 3 yet. Like, if you're a fan, obviously you would have watched it by now. So it's your fault for if you hear the spoiler. But where they're fighting a giant turtle, as well as other episodes she made it into. But more specifically, she was in an episode where she had to fight a giant turtle. So, yes. She is famous. She is a famous Mandalorian. But you can't see any of their faces. So they're all famous. And it could be anybody. But you just have to take my word on it. She's the one with the big gun. Which is all of them, right? Yeah, how cool is that? That, you know, that y'all know a Mandalorian, a real life Mandalorian if you're watching this right now.
Such a good year. Such a good year.
And here we go. This one definitely looks a little better. It's like at an angle with the nose tilted a different way. So that one's a little better. You could tell this one's a little bit flat. This one's got a little bit of the angle that we really wanted to it. So this one is arguably better. And here we go. We're going to just keep doing this. I'm going to do this for I don't know how many hours. Maybe 1 more hour, maybe 0 more hours, maybe 3 more hours. But, and you know, here's the funny thing when I think about drawing is, you know, sadly, this is an activity that pretty much doesn't do anything for you. And what I mean by that is the practice that I put into here, like, you know, I mean, if we're being honest, it's not, we're not changing the world. We're not, you know, curing diseases. We're not starting a...
Art cures cancer.
What was that?
Art cures cancer.
Art cures cancer. Well, Kathleen has spoken. She says art cures cancer. You know, I have to add a disclaimer here that this is not medical advice. That was, she said that, but she also doesn't realize how strict YouTube can be when it comes to medical advice. So just add that disclaimer that I do not believe that to be true. You know, as the more I live stream, I always feel like I always have to be cautious now. But at the same time, yes. So just to clarify, right? That is not true. I don't know why she said that. I don't know why anybody would say that.
Somebody eat something. Oh, there's so mean to him.
But yes.
So art makes you feel better.
Art makes you feel better. Yes, that's better, right? That's what you meant to say the first time.
Yes. Art doesn't cure anything except the blues.
It could help with mental illness, I think. Oh, okay. Well, anyway, let's see, we're gonna go like this, like up a little bit, and then that's gonna come up. And let's see how we do this. We're gonna go like bam. And then this is gonna come down like.
I have the wrong person. I've been following her. I thought it was Katie. We have a dog on Instagram that looks like her dog.
just past the nostril here. This is the bottom lip, and we're gonna come down. It's gonna come right up to the nostril. This one. And we're gonna go boom, boom. And let's see, start to fill in the rest of this here. Should come up. This lip is a little bit too big right here, so we're gonna bring this over. And then let's see, how do we do this? Okay, so that's the nose and the mouth area. Let's go bring this up.
How was your postpartum after your last wedding? It was not easy, by no means. It was a lot of lonely. I think it's great that she wants to know more about her mom.
And here we go. Okay. So we're gonna curve this nose here, like we've been doing. Curve this nose right around here. Just give it a bit more of a natural curve. And you know, like not all noses, a lot of noses do have like angles. If you ever look at a nose, a lot of people have pointy, just people with noses who have angles, and people with really round noses. And like one thing art has given me appreciation for is the variety of, you know, the human body, the variety of shapes and forms on a human body. There's just so much variety in every human being. So much variety in all of our shapes. We all have different shapes, and it's all beautiful. It's all wonderful in its own unique way. So here we go. And there we go. So learning to draw. Easy learning to draw with this book. Let's go back to this guy. I really am curious, because what happens is the neck comes down right around there, huh? Give him a nice little chin up and then around. All right, we're on to the next page. How exciting, people. We're moving on. We are moving on to some more exciting body parts. Basically the same exact thing, but just doing it again. Look at this. Look at how cute this is. Everybody, look how cute this is right here. Look, she's grooming her brother. She's grooming her brother. This will be a half kitten, half painting show. What do you want, Pookie? Yeah, what? What's up? Huh? What's up, little one? You want some she wants some post-meal attention. Yeah, let's see. Maybe I might be able to put this out thing down here. You guys could see kitties. See this messy table plus kitties while I draw. Who doesn't like kitties? The only thing is it's like at an angle. I need the angle, but for the sake of cats, I'm not allowed to draw anymore, huh? She has spoken. The cat has spoken, and we're not allowed to do any more drawing. Look at her beautiful fur. Doesn't she have the most beautiful fur, this one, huh? Got the oranges. And look, she's always had the cutest eyebrows. Pookie, look at the camera, right here. Right here, look at her eyebrows. She's got like, I don't know the guy's name. He's an actor with really bushy eyebrows. But she always looks like she's grumpy because her eyebrows are very dominant. Quit rubbing your scent on my paper, fool. You don't need to rub your scent on anything. She's like an orange cat, right? She's like almost an orange cat, pretty much. She's got at least 10% orange. She's a 10% orange cat. All right, you ready to get off the table? Scout. Yeah, I'm talking to you, bro. What you doing? Wow, little kitty. All right, I think she's done with me now, which is perfect because I can get back to work. Or get back to practice. Oh, yeah, so as I was saying earlier, I was kind of criticizing drawing because, you know, we're not saving the world. So, you know, what do these practices really do? And I think everyone really has to find their own answer for what this does for them. You know, for me, this is just mentally relaxing. You know, someone asked me the other day, it's like, what made me get into art? And I've answered that so many different ways over the years. Like, oh, well, I just wanted to get into concept art. I wanted to, you know, do this. I wanted to learn to draw storyboards. I wanted to just learn to do this or that. And one of the answers that I came up with yesterday, and I don't know if I'll use this, but something that I realized that I needed something physical to do with my hands. I grew up playing piano and, you know, working out in the gym. I was always working with my hands. Maybe not like manual labor with my hands. I used to do yard work, of course, but that's not like, you know, it's not like manual labor. But that said, you know, the past few years, especially during COVID, you know, or whatever, I always felt like I was doing so much that was like mental, you know, when you're at work, like you type away on a keyboard maybe, or like if you're in sales, you might like, you know, use your mind for things. But I really felt like I wasn't using my hands for things. I know that sounds so weird, but I felt like it's kind of like when the idea that people are saying now, how you should like go walk on grass with your bare feet to reconnect with the earth. It's almost like that. If you've actually tried it, it's actually pretty interesting because when was the last time you actually walked on grass with your bare feet? Probably a very long time ago. Unless you're unique. If you're unique and you recently did it, great. But I think the average person has not walked on grass with their bare feet for a long time. So, you know, given that idea, I feel like art for me was definitely a way for me to reconnect my physical senses. Reconnect my physical senses, you know, using my hands to do something active and oh, you can't even see what I'm doing right now. What a horrible streamer of me. So I'm actually down here on this node. So So yeah, I don't want to sound like too spiritual or whatever, but I feel like drawing was a good way for me to reconnect with myself. Because your hands are such a important sense to the world, right? Is the sense of touch. You know, if you have never done a clay sculpture before, and suddenly, you know, you get your hands and you get your hands working in that clay, and you're like molding it and maneuvering it and like grabbing the clay and mushing it and whatever. And this could be for food too. Maybe like you've never cooked something and you want to make like a really good meatball, and you use like ground beef and you've never cooked before. When you actually start to like mess with that meat or whatever, or you're doing like yard work, you know, there's like a connection to yourself that is easy to forget about. This like, you know, your hand, your sense of touch, the connection to the world, the planet. And for me, art, drawing was a way to for me to reconnect with those senses, reconnect with some of those senses. Does that sound cheesy? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe a little cheesy. This nose is way too long in the front here. You can already see it, but whatever. We will make this work as always. We always make it work, right? Always make it work. And let's go like this. Bring this down. There has never been a time where we failed to make it work. But yeah, drawing, art, painting, sculpting, stacking Jenga blocks, wood carving. I think these are all amazing ways to get reacquainted with the sense of touch, which can totally be lost in the modern world, you know. And it's not just like touching, like, you know, day-to-day cooking or uh, playing games or um, driving or typing. It's like a whole different sensation. And like if you're an artist, you probably don't even recognize it. But before I became, you know, before I started doing lots of painting and art and all that stuff, uh, you know, I was missing that that sense, that you know, that other sense, the sense of doing things with your hands. There's a lot of things that there's very few things that can compare, you know, connecting that mind and body, right? That mind, body, art, creating something with your bare hands. Like even if you're a computer programmer, right? Like if you're computer programming, it's so mental, and tapping away at a keyboard, like it's important, and it is a, you know, form of using your hands, but it's like there's just something different, something very special about when you're using your hands to like create and mold something, to make something that is in your mind, or to copy something that is elsewhere that you're seeing. There's a level of like the mind body connection there that you can't get in easily in other places or other forms of using your hands. So anyway, oh yeah, this goes around.
something I need to
And here we go. Round out the front of the nose. Yes, highly recommend drawing, because I think, although earlier, so I was saying, like, what's the point of even doing these exercises? Why would anybody want to do exercise? I mean, obviously, first of all, if you want to be an artist, if you want to, learn to draw, it's worth it, right? But, I came to a existential crisis today. I had a mentor of mine, non-art mentor, just a general life mentor. And they were saying, like, don't waste your time doing things that don't help you with what you want to do. And although, I want to draw, I want to learn art, at the end of the day, my existential part of me is looking at this, and I'm like, how is this really going to contribute to my bigger goals in life? And I had to come up with a reason, otherwise I'd probably go crazy, right? So the reason I made up was this idea that I'm sharing that I was sharing just a moment ago. Really is this like mind-body connection, right? Like your body needs to use all of its senses. You got to find ways to stimulate all of the different senses. Otherwise, you like lose it, right? Otherwise, you lose this connectedness that you have with your hands' ability to create things. Like, if you tell a lumberjack or a carpenter or anybody who uses their hands on a regular basis, and like you tell them to like stop using them for whatever reason, or play an instrument, right? There's this mind body connectivity that once you don't have it anymore, it's like something goes. Or like you ask an athlete not to dribble a ball. If you ask an athlete not to dribble a ball, something happens. It's like, or not to throw a football or dribble a ball or whatever. It's like, you that connection disappears and something happens to the body. And then when you finally do pick it up again, it's like, whoa, like what's going on? It's a mind-body connection, and that's why I find sketching or just practicing these basic drawing skills so helpful. Is you know that mind-body connection, this mind-body connection that few people talk about, but it's probably one of the major reasons why art is so exciting, so rewarding for some people. Is it's not like the final thing, right? It's not the final outcome. Like, of course, the final outcome, if your goal is to create the most innovative ad the world has ever seen, or if your goal is to like create a design that nobody has ever seen before, then yes, of course the outcome is great. But if you're like me and um, you just like the activity for the sake of the activity, there is that mind body element to it. That mind body, and that is rewarding itself. It helps you do things. I can't vouch for exactly what it helps you to do mentally, right? I haven't done the studies. I don't know what exactly is the benefit of sketching or whatever, but all I can say is I've had mostly positive experiences, and I hope to share them with you. So here we go. We're gonna go like this. That should be a little bit longer than that. So we're gonna go like right here and come down. Then you have people like Omizu, who both has a job that helps people in hospitals, and he gets to work with his hands doing art. What a rewarding life that must be. What a rewarding life that must be. That's great. then here we go. So let's start to round out these shapes here. So rounding this out. Rounding this out right here. Rounding that out around the chin. And then we're gonna go, like that, and round that out. And then we're gonna go boom. There's a problem with this lip because their lip's too angled the other way. And here we go. And then there we go. Alrighty. Let's go like this. Come down. Up. Then I'm gonna bring some more subtle shadows underneath it, and then come around over this angle and just disappear. It's a subtle disappearing lip right there. And what do we have? The only thing I don't like about this is I've feathered the lines a little too much. I kind of like, you know, trying to go over these lines a little too much. I feel like you could tell that there's a little bit of a some hesitation in some areas, you know. There's like a just like looks. It can look distracting if you have too many of these too many lines overlapping. But let's keep going. We've got a dozen more. We've got, let's see, how many we got left? We got one. That was the first one. Wow, we spent a lot of time on the first one. That got this one. Oh no, that was this one, right? Yeah, that's this one. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 left before we finally get to these faces. 6 left before we get to full-on faces. How exciting, people. We're moving along. We are getting along on this course, this program, this area of study. So here we go. What do we do here? Start with this nose. I will say this paper and this light above me is really bright at this angle, but it's okay. So we're gonna look right here. This is what I'm doing. This piece right here. I'm just gonna copy. Just copy. That's it. Just copy. Just copy it. And then we'll go copy again. And then copy again. And this is such an easy way to learn how to draw. It's pretty, I gotta say, it's like pretty relaxing too, you know? I'm just chilling, just copying, no pressure. You know, nobody to impress except yourself. You just look at this, Just look at what you're drawing and then just copy it. That's it. How amazing is that? How great is that, right? Just look and copy, and then once you're done, you check and compare to see how you've done. But it's really easy. It's really easy. All right, so that's gonna come down. It's gonna come across, and that's gonna. It's gonna go up. And there we go. Probably a little closer right there. And let's see. So here we go. Easy. This is the easy way to learn how to draw, right? You're just copying, copying, copying. Just copying, copying, copying. That's all I'm doing all evening. This exciting task of copying. And that might sound sarcastic, but I'm actually having a lot of enjoyment doing this. This is really helping me to free my mind, because all you're doing, you're looking at something, and then you're just doing your best to make it look almost exactly the same. And that's not necessarily going to teach you cubism, or not going to teach you how to paint like an impressionist, or teach you to come up with an incredibly innovative and wonderful design that gets printed on every t-shirt in the world. But it will help to get you your like muscles of seeing, and more importantly, I think, again, there's this aesthetic element to all of this entire style is just based on this classical aesthetic element, just the super classic sculptures, and you just see from all of this, like look at how dramatic this face looks. You would never, if you never studied art, you would never ask anybody to make a pose like this, because it's I don't want to call it weird, but it's a very elegant, classical, dramatic look. You would never have somebody pose like this with their head, kind of sticking forward and like looking down. There's an aesthetic to all of these things, right? And it's a very classical, wonderful aesthetic. It's not going to make me a crypto bro. Yeah, that is my dream, man. Like, if your dream is to become a crypto bro, this is not the activity for you. If your dream is to become a crypto bro, drawing with pencil and paper is pretty much you're doomed to failure. I'm just gonna be straight up. Like, if you want to be a crypto bro, and yeah, and all you want to do is draw. It's not meant to be. You and crypto is not meant to be. So just a warning. I feel like I should add this disclaimer more often. This is not an activity for the crypto bro. If only it was, unless you're able to make NFTs or digital art. That's a route. That's a route you could go, actually. There's definitely a route. But the thing is, the crypto bros, I think if you're a crypto bro, that means that you're probably like, not really focused on learning the art, and you'd probably rather just hire somebody to make the art. Or, if you're a crypto bro, you're probably an AI art enthusiast. I don't know, am I being generalizing here? Am I stereotyping people? Am I unfairly categorizing people, crypto bros? I don't know. Maybe I am. I am. If I'm honest, I am totally not being fair to the crypto bro environment.
Escape plan.
A series of actions, if you will recall various episodes of Ritual. Don't stop fussing, but click your middle. You okay?
Yeah, the last doctor I saw, my general practitioner, he wasn't an expert. He just told me to look what you need. It's nice to be this.
Let's go like this.
Yeah, I
You shouldn't hate on crypto, bros.
It's for the health issue.
Crypto's great. It's something that's going to be part of the future. Blockchain is part of the future. Bitcoin is part of the future, in my opinion. And you know, people got to take risks. People got to give these new technologies a shot. You know, people gotta try it out. So I am totally for crypto bros, people that they are the gold speculators, gold and oil speculators of the modern world. And without them, who knows where the world would be. Uh, why do I like this song? This song is such a bittersweet sounding song. I feel like I'm losing.
TV?
Huh? Yeah.
Oh.
It makes me feel as if like I just went to the best summer camp for 3 months and now I'm never gonna see my friends again.
Well, he just asked her to marry him.
Oh,
So,
he asked her.
yeah, he asked her, and of course, that's going to be the end of his being a single man.
This is a comedy?
No.
Oh.
But you said that you mentioned the music.
Is he crying?
There she is.
Oh.
She has these night terrors, but actually she's seeing an evil spirit from her childhood.
Oh.
A real voice.
So this is a horror show? Like a show?
House, the Haunting of Hill House, yes.
Oh.
And the house is haunted, and even though they only lived there, I guess, a year, their childhood was ruined, and their mother committed suicide there, and
So why is she still living there?
she's not. There's flashbacks.
Oh.
When she was a kid.
I see.
It's affected the whole family really badly.
Hmm. And here we go. Wow, this music. Every song is like a bittersweet, dramatic moment song. All right. We are on this next one. You know what I'm also surprised by is how long these actually take. You know, you look at it, it's like how many lines are there? There's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Something about like, let's just say an average of like 25 lines. You know, if you think 25 lines, take 5 lines a set, 1 line per 5 seconds. It's like 5, what was that? 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. All right, let's do this other one. No math when you're doing art. No math allowed in the art class. So let's go like this. We're gonna do the first line down here. So I am using a STAEDTLER. You're wondering what kind of pencil I'm using. This is a STAEDTLER Mars Technico. And basically they call these like lead holders because all they do is pretty much hold lead. But I call them mechanical pencils. But the official term is a lead holder. And this is a great, you know, people that actually do drafting use these type of pencils because they're pretty heavy duty. They, you know, this tip is made of metal. So when I used to use like a lot of mechanical pencils, they used to break all the time. But with this, I don't have as many issues. So there we go. Bring this nose down. It's a bit hard to see because the light reflection here is just like so dominating of this section. I can already tell this nose is going to be a little bit big. A little bit bigger. Let's see, this goes like this. I'm going to make this nose just a little bit longer right there. Just to compensate. And we're going to go at an angle this way. Bring this out a bit. And I make these lines, like I draw over these lines because you could tell it's a little bit thicker. So it helps me to just like get this extra layer of dimension. Extra layer of just like a nice bold line. You know what I think is also helpful is the fact that you can trust yourself to trace over a straight line over and over. It's actually, I think that's actually like an exercise that some artists do. Is basically just like trace over lines over and over. Go down like that. But yeah, it's like this exercise where you just draw over the same line over and over. And you can do it with a pen or pencil. And I think they teach you to do it like your shoulder. And it teaches you to just make more confident straight lines. Now, obviously, you can see that this is a bit tapered, so I didn't do it with the in the best way. But you know, this is an exercise you could actually practice. You know, just draw over the same lines over and over. And then depending, you know, the smaller the line, right? The smaller lines you might want to you might use your wrist, but at the end of the day, if you want to draw better lines, you know, more consistent lines, then you want to use your shoulder. But this is obviously tapered at the end, so you know, it is what it is. But here we go. We're gonna go with this nose. This nose is gonna come down, and actually, we should get this area right here. Right, draw through that because this is gonna be part of the cheek, which continues down, so it helps to know what you're drawing. And we're just gonna bring this down right to about here. I'm just gonna leave that there for now. Placeholder, placehold that, and.
know if people can answer.
It's perfectly normal to want to find something to blame.
I know what's happening.
Help us.
Help us. I'm trying. Don't worry.
Curve around.
I don't expect you to believe me. There's also tails for whistles. Maybe I can find a brush for you. Mrs. Dudley, look what I found. My goodness. What a lovely tea set. Can I keep it? Well, let's see. Where did you find this? In the toilet.
And here we go. So keeping this up, bring that around, and then bring this way. Copy, 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 copy.
Jacqueline's cup of stars. Here she is.
And let's get this lip right. Let's get these lips done here.
This was her room.
Right here.
Hazel. Her name was Hazel. That's how she was named. I did. I took care of her when she was old. She lived in that bed. She said a lot of things toward the end that didn't make sense. One of the things she kept saying is that Jacqueline needed her cup of stars. I didn't understand then, but I guess I didn't know. So can you keep it? Yes, I'm sure it's fine. You keep the tea set. As long as your parents agree. I'm gonna go and do it with this one.
Okay, so darken some of the lines here.
Anything that we
And we're gonna go with this lip, and we're gonna come down.
I don't know it's not supposed to have things all fragile. And this is fragile. No, dear. You insist on the stars.
And now, once we've done this, once we've copied this, and just visually, you're really just training your visual ability to measure proportions, right? Like constantly, of course, I'm looking at the length of stuff, but also what I'm looking at is, are things in proportion? Is this line that comes down right here, or is this line coming in line with this line, right? So, even if I may not have these lines exactly the right length, what I can see is that, this curve right here is just a little bit to the right if I draw a vertical line of this. So is that about right? Is that just a little bit over? Yes, it is. Is this the exact width? No. This might not be the exact same width as this, but as long as this line seems to kind of end around where this lip goes, then that's okay, right? Like there's just a constant search of proportion, and without spending too much time trying to. This is like such a great hack for learning how to draw, because you're learning how to see, you're learning how to interpret, you're learning how to make good estimates. You're learning how to estimate the space. You're learning how to do all these things with just this simple book. And there's no instruction, there's no manual. I mean, I guess this whole thing is a manual, but there's no only at the end of the day, this is the one way to learn without an instructor, but you have to be self-critical. You have to be able to look at a drawing and be willing to put in the time to just be like, okay, what's wrong with this, right? Like what is wrong here? You have to be able to be willing to put in that time, be self-critical of yourself, and be able to just take a look and admit to your own mistakes, right? But that can be the scary part. It can always be difficult to, tell yourself the truth about what you're doing. You know, that self-criticism. Oh, here we go. We're gonna round this out here. And this, oh, I think the lip needs to come down a little bit as well. You know, one thing that you realize when you do all these, nobody ever shows their teeth. Nobody in this, people don't smile with their teeth in fine art. There are very few artists who draw teeth well. And even if they do draw teeth well, it's like, is it really even worth it to really draw teeth well? That's what one of my teachers taught me. One of my teachers said, 99% of the time, 99.99% of the time, don't draw teeth. Not only does a smile, be honest with myself. Yes, be honest with yourself. But 99% of the time, like, smiles with teeth, even in fashion, right? Like, people don't smile with their teeth. Fashion. Have you ever seen a supermodel smiling? No, supermodels don't smile. They frown. They either frown or they look angry because they haven't eaten. Models don't smile. Fine. Even artists in galleries don't smile. You're not allowed to smile, okay? No smiling, people. It's no smiling with your teeth. It's not an aesthetic that is appreciated in fine art. Unless you're selling toothpaste. But, you know, fortunately in toothpaste, nobody actually draws teeth really. But yes, that's what my mentor, one of my teachers, one of my mentors said, like, you know, don't worry about teeth. First of all, don't, you know, use references where you have to draw teeth. Because even the very, very, very few people on this planet, according to my artist teacher, the very few people who can draw teeth really well, like even they don't do it because it's like, you know, there's very few reasons that teeth would be aesthetically, would contribute in a major way to an aesthetic that you're trying to achieve. So that's the lesson I learned. That's what I was taught. If you want to disagree with me, that's fine. I'm totally open to people who like to disagree. But you know what? That's cool. I love disagreement. Can you imagine a world without disagreement? What would that be like? Where nobody disagreed on anything? You know, I think people, there would definitely be somebody who takes advantage of that. Like, if you lived on a planet where nobody disagreed with things, or in a dystopia, so I do consider my live streams a form of performance art, by the way, people. This is one of your first times here. I do talk a lot, and it is part of the performance art, the art of performance. You know, it's not like a live performance art where someone like puts clay on their face and then paints it red, and then like, you know, carves a funny face into the clay or whatever, and then does a weird dance. It's not that type of performance art, but my live streams are also a form of performance art that reveals what's in my mind, what's in my head, my deepest, darkest creative secrets are all here for the world to see. There's this really great exhibit that I saw, art exhibit with Matt Dillon, out of all people. Good for Matt Dillon for being being an artist's muse. But basically what Matt Dillon did, this is wrong, but basically they like put him in a suit or in this like weird crazy mask, and they like spun a camera around him for like multiple hours, and they just had him monologuing for hours, and I felt inspired by that. I'm like, wow, that's all he did was monologue, and that's great.
That's what they do.
All he did was monologue. Oh, I see where this goes. This goes to the bottom of the lip right here.
Something like these weapons. See if I can find some for it. It's a sweater. Sorry. You know, it's a little hot sometimes, right, Millie? Millie.
So my brother last month, the bed opened up and said I don't have to move this weekend.
And did you?
And this is constant and never-ending practice. So I can already see that this came out a little too far. So we're gonna bring that down, and we're just gonna pretend like this doesn't exist there. Even though you could see it, just pretend like it doesn't exist. This, really look at this, we could see that this ends right after the nostril, which I think some of these earlier sketches were trying to teach us, like, you know, the nostril comes right next to each other. Now look at these markings, and these markings all try to give you this sign of, you know, how things actually look on the face, and if you can interpret it, it's very helpful. Like nose ends with the lips end, pretty much from the side. Nose ends where the lips ends. Huh. Goes as far back as the lip. Oh, that's kind of a cool fact. Never really think about that, but you know, where the nose connects with the body, if you look at it from the side, it's pretty much the same area where the mouth ends. And that makes sense when you think of the human skull, I think. So this is clearly a bit too far back. If you study these in a little bit more in depth, you'll find some hidden secrets, some hidden gems. Now, of course, maybe like obviously if someone told you this right from the get-go, it would be easier to interpret. But you know what? Now that I'm like, it's kind of better to like learn on your own sometimes, right? Not have it told, because if you're told something, you know, basically what'll happen is like you'll either remember it because it's such a profound idea, or you're gonna forget it. But if you do the work and you figure it out and answer it for yourself, you're probably gonna be 5 times more likely to remember.
You said you were. You said you were.
And here we go. I'm just gonna keep doing these. I'm gonna do these, probably do these for another hour. I could do this for hours. The hardest part about this is actually just sitting on my butt. I have like a cushion here, but cushion only helps so much. And here comes a cat. What's up, bro? Hey, brother. So my cat right here. Who likes cats? Cat people only. If you're superstitious, I'm warning you now that this is a black cat. And if you're superstitious about witchcraft and the myth of the sorcery of a black cat, there's a black cat here, and it could potentially cross your path, which means in my book you're gonna have a lot of good luck, but if you're superstitious it could mean something totally different. So, oh my goodness, let's see, can you see it from this angle? Let's probably see him better right there. Yes, he's grooming. Best cat ever. He's a good boy. All right, let's get back to drawing. No more distractions, dude. Stop distracting me. All right, here we go. Let's do this. So this is the first nose that we did. We'll do our next one. That's an angle. That's an angle. This is that angle. So now we're gonna go to this other one here. So let's go right here. This one, right? This section. We shall copy it. So here we go. But super easy way to learn how to draw. Super easy. Anyone can do this. Anybody can do this, but you know, most people probably don't want to. Because I'm sure some of you will see this video because it popped up on your feed and you were interested in like learning how to draw. Like some of you will watch this video, and you know what, the whole idea of drawing, like you would see this and you'd be totally bored. And I would probably be totally bored watching somebody else do the same thing too. But I'd also appreciate the fact that you know, it is probably incredibly rewarding for that person. Mentally rewarding, mentally stimulating for the person that gets into art. And you know, if you can do art, people get into art for other various reasons. You know, sometimes it helps to just stimulate your mind in other ways.
Even the sounds of musical instruments and so on. I wish I could have included it all. Any other questions? You would have submitted them back to him once it's done here. Look, I'm thrilled you guys came up for a meeting today, but I'm really here to talk about Alcatraz. Yes.
Do you keep in touch with your father?
Again, no, I'm not going to answer questions. So does anyone else have another question? Not related to ALs.
I have a question. I have a question, Steve.
Mel, I didn't know you. I'm so glad you're here.
Why do you keep lying to these people?
Huh.
I say, why did you charge these people $30 a head to sit here and listen to you talk about things that you don't believe?
No, we can talk about this after.
No. I'd like you to answer me.
Everybody, I'm sorry about this. My family is just like any other family. We don't always agree on everything.
We're not, though. Like any other family. We're different. Because of where
All
we
right,
grew up.
and there we go.
Now you stand there.
We are all
and you
learning
talk
to
about
draw.
ghosts and spirits. And you sell tickets for the privilege, and yet you don't believe in any of it. And you tell me I'm crazy, and that Mom was crazy, and Luke's crazy, and we're all just nuts. And then you tell our stories. My stories. The same stories that you told me were just dreams or delusions.
We can talk.
You're supposed to be my big brother.
Oh.
You know, you're supposed to protect me.
And here we go. So let's go into this.
The meanest things to me when I try to tell you. And then you make so much money. I'm just asking why. I don't ask you for anything. Ever. Just this. I just want to know why.
And we're going to round this out here. And we're going to curve this around. Give a nice tight curve here.
Isn't just about time, you know. It means experience. If I told you I'd been drawing raw-free prisoners for 85 years, you'd be like, that's got to be some Scrooge's jail. Gotta go. Fuck you.
It's a fair question.
This is my work. This place, think of it as my office. I'm at work right now. Don't come in.
My goodness, this nose is a little whack, but
You read what you wrote about.
I had 6 years to file a complaint. Why the hell are you doing this now?
all right, here we go. I'm going to keep this going for who knows how long. I'm just going to keep going. I got this one down here now. And this is all coming from different angles. So many different angles, but these are not angles anybody would really ever think to draw, like downside from the bottom, from the top with a little rotation. That's one thing that I love about this book is none of these, I mean, maybe I'm just like, you know, maybe I lack creativity, but if I was to ever have somebody like pose for me, to pose their head, if I was to ever have a model pose their head for me, the last thing I would think of is to have them like rotate their head in these exact ways. But now, because I know this, because I know that these are like some really interesting head angles, you know, I at least as an artist knows the ideas now. And I think there's so much to take away if you give yourself the time to study this work. So much you could take away, not just from the actual like technical drawing stuff, but from the actual
There's an excellent reason for that.
How can I? Just a collection of bricks, worlds of glass. I had that much power over you.
You've never been there.
That's true. It's neither of you, not for a long, long time. And I think if you were to look at it today after all these years, empty in the woods, you'd find it's not a monster. It's a very even house. It's a carcass. No one's lived there in, what, 26 years, you said? It's just a building. Probably literally. Dirt.
and here we go.
If he could talk to you right now, what do you think he'd want for the rest of your life?
And then this is going to come from that to down here, which means it's going to come up from the front. And now some finishing touches. Charles Bargue drawing course. This is based on a classical drawing course from the 1800s. Can you believe that? This drawing course has survived since the 1800s. And as I mentioned before, like, you know, you look at this and it's like, what do you really want to learn to draw is what should be asked, right? If you want, and also this is a classical style. If you want to learn how to draw anime, you should draw anime, right? You don't want to learn how to draw this. You're just gonna, your only goal and purpose is to learn how to draw anime. Yeah, so just some food for thought there. I know that the
Not yet.
that if you want to draw anime, this is not the style for you. And let's round this out. So we're gonna round this out now. Round out this nose, and then
I have to go back to the house and get mommy. I'll be right back. I promise. Stevie, I need you to be in charge, okay?
and these are obviously the cheeks,
I'll bring
various parts of the cheek, and then we're gonna bring this around here,
I need you guys to take care of each other right now.
and there we go. So top down of the nose, and then we're gonna take a little break here in a few moments, but I want to get one more, this last one before we can move on to our next one. Last one before we could graduate from noses. I'm so done with drawing noses. How many noses do I have to draw? Until I've mastered it, but here we go. Okay. So this is a repetitive exercise, like, you know, your scales, I guess. Scales at school, or scales when you play an instrument, you know, just the basic drawing. And then here we go. We're gonna go straight down here. Go down at an angle, which means let's see two cats fighting. Look at these two. They are so cute. They're the cutest things on the planet right now.
Are they fighting?
They're like swatting at each
Oh,
other.
I see.
They're fussing over each other. They're not fighting. They're just, they're living. They're being cats, cat. What'd you do? What'd you do? Breaking all my stuff. Breaking it all. Bringing down the apartment here. And here we go. So come around like this. This lip should be right. And the end of the nose, I guess that's what they're trying to get at, is the end of the nose is going to end right here. Just one little confident line. Bring that lip around. Bring this chin around. Maybe another line right here, right around.
What's going on?
I have to go now and answer some questions. One of them is going to stay here with you guys.
And there's the chin.
What?
Here we go. We're going to go.
Later? How long is later? Oh, you said you'd be right back before, and it was the last time.
This flight gets in. She should be here no later than 2 o'clock. Little hands on the 2.
You know, I will say one thing that I do not understand from this, and that it probably would be good. One of the reasons why it would be good to have somebody explain it is one of the lines is these really subtle lines. Like, what are these really subtle lines? There's like this really thin line right here. What is that, right? I get an idea that it helps to define maybe like the curve and just the subtle separation, or maybe it's for shadow. Like when you're actually sketching this, you know, there's probably like a shadow element to it. So you can see like where the shadows go. That would be my guess for these like these really thin lines right here. Maybe that's where shadow goes. Let me see. Yeah, I guess that's where a shadow goes, right? Oh, yeah, that's exactly what it is. That's where shadows go around the lip. Okay, that makes sense. And this is where shadow goes. Oh, yeah, why didn't I, you know, that's where shadow goes. The shadow area. This is, the shadow goes in between the lines. There we go. Makes so much sense now. Get a shadow right there in the bottom of the lip. Shadow in the nose. Get the shadow at the top of the lip. So it's just shadow areas. Now that it makes sense, I can go on with my life here. You got a shadow right here, and then a shadow right here. And you got a shadow right there. Got little shadows, subtle shadow right there. That's what this is for. I think, if I had to take a bet, that's what I think these little subtle lines are for, is just to help you separate shadow. And this is going to be in shadow right here. And let's see, it's going to go down. And let's see, how does this go? Go like that. And then this is going to come around like so. And let's see, maybe, you know, maybe I don't get it. Because if I'm looking up like this, where do I want to put the shadows in here? Like that, maybe? On the bottom? And then... And then maybe on the bottom right here. I guess this is the symbolic of a shadow. So you got a shadow right there. And then... I don't know. But anyway, we're going to take a break here. I'm going to leave the stream on. Alexa, what time is it?
The time is 7:17 p.m.
$7:30 p.m. Pacific. Be back 7:30 p.m. Pacific. And you know what? Let's do a sharpening of this before we start our next section here. So one great thing about this pen, oh, let me angle this down. One wonderful thing about this pencil is that it comes with a built-in sharpener. So you got this sharpener right here, or you got this where you put the lead in. Actually, the lead goes in right here, and you got this great sharpener. You just stick this end of this hole right on top, and you can be pretty rough with these pencil leads because they're thick. And as you can see, just a nice sharp point there for whenever you need it. And the only problem is that it does leave a lot of residue on the inside, so I'm actually going to dump this out in the garbage, but I will put the stream on pause for now until we come back, or on mute. All right, hello, wonderful people, and we are back to this live stream here. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, you gotta check some emails real quick. You know, it's funny. I don't remember if I got paid for this one job. Huh. I'm sure I did. All right. So, here we go. We got this wonderfully sharpened pencil now. And we are moving on to the next phase of this. Alexa, what time is it? Alexa, what time is it? Alexa, what time is it?
7:43 p.m.
Oh, 7:43. Okay. Don't make me repeat myself, Alexa.
Being weird.
She's
Like,
sick of all our
rude,
crap.
Like 7:43.
She's sick of all our crap. And this is going to go past the forehead. And then down. It's a bit longer than that top one. Let me go right here. This is going to come up right around there. The bridge of the nose.
You guys.
Oh, that's why they make this so distinct, this bridge of the nose, because that's where the bone comes up. So when you have the bridge of the nose, you got to know where the bone comes up, and the eye comes just around the... Oh my gosh. I love these little discoveries that I keep finding as I'm painting this, because, you know, it starts to make sense. It starts to make sense the way the face is designed. You know, the way the head is shaped, the face is designed, the skull, the human skull and everything. Like, it is just such a perfect thing that you can easily see when you learn to draw. And it's like, it's great. It's wonderful to be able to do. And it all makes sense. And you know what? All these characters, all these figures, you know, you look at all these figures and you see almost the bridge of the nose on almost all of them. You can see this part that comes out is really just a bone. This is a bone, people. I'm discovering this right now, that this part of the nose is a bone, and that's why it pops out, it protrudes out. And that's why some people, you know, some people's bridges of their noses are so distinct, because they have this extra, the bone pops out. This is probably obvious to some people, but for me, seeing this and seeing how the design language comes around for these drawings starts to make so much more sense for me. But the bridge of my nose, of this nose specifically, is a little bit inaccurate, but you know, we'll make it work. But now that I understand what's going on, it becomes much better and more helpful. Becomes much more helpful because I can figure out what exactly all this is. And you know, you could start to understand other people's faces or just the human face in general. And I'm seeing that this needs to come almost to right there. So almost to right there. We can actually make it go there. And then and here we go. So we're gonna go like this. Wherever that line is, we're gonna come down. Oh, so this is quite off. Should have drawn the line right at the beginning. This comes straight down. This is a little farther out than I want it to be. So let me bring this line in a bit. Bring this in just a bit. Let's bring that in right there. And this should be where the line ends. And then here we go. The nostril's going to come down. And let's see, this should come right about to the eye. Right to the...
No.
Pretty much the front of the eye. The middle of the eye. And this is really helping to understand without like explaining human anatomy, really helpful to understand like what some of the structures of the face. Like it's just like looking at this, it's like reading, it's almost like you're like, wow, the person who created this course was even like more good at teaching than I even expected. Because, you know, when you think about people's faces, you know, you never really think about the importance of finding the features that actually make up a face. And, you know, it's this bridge of the nose that really helps to define where the eye is as far as the skull, right? Like the human skull, you got the hole, you got the eyes set in, you got the bridge of the nose, but the bridge of the nose is a bone, whereas the majority of the rest of the, you know, this area right here is pretty much like where it cuts off in a way. So that's a really interesting discovery that I've made from this, which I didn't really know before. I mean, I admit that I did not really know that before, but you really gotta like, you know, take some time to study the skull, to study the human face to find it, I guess. But anyway, let's go like this. Got some shadow right into here. So how is this done? This is gonna go right there. And we're gonna go into here. And let's see, so I'll give a little bit of a, round this out right here, round that out, give a little shadow, round that out, deepen the setting of the eyelid right here a little bit better, and kind of tone this curve, this angle down a bit, maybe bring a little bit more shape into that. Bring a subtle curve around the eye here. Curve this a little bit, and then a little bit of a wrinkle. Yo, Michael. What's up? How are you? Michael. What names rhyme with Michael? Heikel. Michael Heikel. Kirkle? Michael the bicycle. Michael bicycle. Bicycle Michael. A lot of words rhyme with Mike, but not Michael. So here we go. We are making sure that we get into some of the shading of this nose here. We're creating some of the shading to create the shape. Let's get this down right here. And get some of the shading into the front of the nose or the mouth, the lip right here. And you're watching. What's the name of the song that had all those funny names like Banana, Bona, Fafana, Fana, Fafana? Huh? Yeah, we all know that song, right? We all know that. Well, I've heard that song before. But benefit. But they never used the name Michael, right? I don't think Mike was ever a word in that song. But anyone ever think about how good of a name Michael is? Like, that is a really good name. Like, you got, it's like, you know, it's got that classic, it's like a classic name, a classic figure. But it's also, you know, it's like cool because you could be like, yo, my name's Mike.
Okay. Why somebody hovering?
And you can't rhyme it with anything dumb. And it doesn't, and it sounds like it could both be like, it's got like the perfect balance of like a masculine with like a, not feminine, but like, you know, it's got a good balance of a, like a masculine, like, sounding name, but it's also got like, you know, Michael, this like flowy energy to it. So Michael's a good name. Michael's a great name. Very, very few names have that like.
The ladder down? You don't lift it up?
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be a popular name because it's a really good name. Like, there's very few things that can make,
Lift the ladder down.
like, you know, very few people that could criticize the name Michael.
Is that what you want? You want the ladder down? No?
So, you know,
What you wanted? You're not coming out.
great job on having parents that named you Michael, or anybody who has parents that named them Michael, because it's a great name. Anyone whose parents has named them Michael really love them.
I'll tell my brothers.
Yes. All right, so let's see. Have I met a poor Michael? I've never met a poor Michael. Even if they're poor financially, they are rich in character, which is good, right? Character can carry you a long way. Does drawing make me better? Is drawing make me better? Yes, it makes me better. It makes me feel better. It makes me a better artist, I think.
You're taking a poop?
just makes me better. Yeah, I definitely think art makes me better. So let me go down here, get this nose. I need to get a length for the nose. The nose is about the same length as this area, so whatever that area is, I need to match that. So drawing makes life great. And you know what? Like, you don't really know all the effects that drawing has on you until you really like start to paint, or you start to do some, or you start to like go out and draw. And you start to like draw, you know, from life or whatever, however you want to call it. You don't really know until you do that. And then you start to realize, oh wow, this is so helpful, because you can start to see, you know, you start to see things quicker, right? You start to like notice like characteristics of, and then, you know, the more you do it, the more you start to like notice features of the face and how they all come together, and like, you know, all this other cool stuff when it comes to, you know, drawing studies and like trying to understand the human face. So yeah, I definitely think that drawing makes me better. So this should probably be right around here. And then Pinocchio. Good old Pinocchio. Let's see how we can make this a Pinocchio nose right here. I guess we would have to curve around on the outside of the nose right here. And then it'll probably come around like this, right? Pinocchio's nose. And since this guy is pointed outward, how big is Pinocchio's nose on like on the regular? He just has like a normal nose, right? There's Pinocchio's nose. Pinocchio's nose. That's not a nose. That's not a nose. That's a giant spaceship. All right. Let's go. So this part of the nose needs to go straight up and pretty much be in line with this. So that's okay. That's actually pretty good. I could probably actually even bring this down a little bit further, and then I can get this better in line. And then let's go, let's go like right here. Match that, match that. We're gonna go like that. And this is great because this goes across and cuts there. And then once we get to the eye, the center of the eye should come right down about there. So there's actually a few dimensions that are wrong. That needs to come down here. That needs to come down right about there. So this needs to come down a little forward and close. So this nose is a bit small now that I'm like seeing this all together, but we will make it work. We will always make it work. So this goes just past the eyes here.
It jumps in the bowl of water. Enough to clean up, you guys. Look at that.
Cats are crazy, huh? Lesson 1 is complete. On to chapter 2. End of the chapter test. Close the notebook and draw a nose without a reference. Draw a nose without a reference. Draw a nose without a reference. Here, let's cover this up. Let's draw a nose without a reference. So, let's see. From a top-down angle. It's pretty much just going to look like this. There you go. There's a nose from a top-down angle. Here's a nose from a bottom-up angle. There's a nose from a bottom-up angle. Do I pass the test? You know what I do think is interesting is they don't draw any noses from the front. They don't draw any noses from the front angle. Like the most obvious angle, the front. The front. Yeah, there's no noses from the front angle. I just noticed that. But what were we saying? Let's see. You said now shade them. Yeah, well, you know what? I haven't gotten into shading yet. But before I get distracted and pulled onto the chapter test, I'm going to go. I need to finish this face. This face needs some attention before I finally get there. So we need to take a moment. Can't do the chapter test yet. You got to like, you know, teachers got to let people know like ahead of time when the chapter test is. This isn't pop quiz times. There's a reason why teachers give syllabi, all right, Michael? The syllabi. Syllabus is there so we can be prepared for whatever is to come. And if we need to, we could cheat.
Standing on the towel, so I can't use it. Come on.
Surprise test. Surprise test. This.
Clean up.
All right. I do not condone cheating. It can be very bad for your career and your education. The YouTuber did not tell you to cheat on your tests. But he did make a joke about cheating. So here we go. We're going to go bring this down. So jaw there. Some type of cheek, I guess. Oh, no, this is hair. Oh, I see what's going on. This is hair. Michael, didn't you say you have a lot of facial hair? This is pretty much almost... This guy's almost like you because he has a lot of facial hair. You said you had white hair, right? Like a lot of white hair? With a very, very scruffy beard. Last I remember your description. All right, so let's get into the shading of this baby. We're shading. We're going to go straight across like this. and just add some subtle detail work right here. We're gonna go boom. And we're gonna go boom, boom. And we're gonna add some extra hair right around here. All right, let's see. Cindy, what's up, Cindy? Michael, Cindy, why are you making fun of people that you don't know? Had a green cone-shaped hat on. Some kids at Walmart called you an elf. Well, like, what does that actually mean? I don't know. Like, there's all sorts of elves. There's like Lord of the Rings elves, which are really tall with like, you know, super lanky with gorgeous flowy blonde hair. And then there's like elves that look like Will Ferrell. And then there are elves that, you know, work for Santa Claus. So there's a lot of different types of elves. And I know you did say the green outfit, but like, you know, it doesn't actually, that only describes like the outfit, I think. I don't think that actually describes the feature, like the actual features that make you special. So anyway, we're gonna go down here, and then we're gonna go down here to bring back some of the hair a little bit, and we're gonna curve this up that way, and then we're gonna curve this around, and then give some shading there. We're just... Is my phone about to die? Oh my gosh, this phone's about to run out of battery. Hold on, let me plug this in before it's too late. Oh. Are we back? Ah, we're plugged in. Ooh, that was close. Thank goodness for the phone giving us a warning of what's going on. Yeah, Cindy, you can go through some of my previous lives to find paintings if you're into paintings. You find all sorts of stuff, actually. You could find product reviews and all sorts of cool things. But thank you, Michael, for talking about my paintings. It's very much appreciated. The things that matter the most are my paintings. But of course, you know, this is important too. This is really important to... This is why proportions are so important, because like, you mess up a little bit on a proportion and it starts to like look weird, and then you know why when you get the proportions right, or when you get the proportions wrong, you know, you can know why right from the get-go. So, oh, you're not familiar? Oh yeah. So I can't show the paintings right now. Actually, you know what? I could. Let me see. Actually, let me do a little painting tour real quick. I'm gonna go flip this around. Thank goodness for the flips, right? We can flip this around. I'm not going to show myself right now. But here we go. There's one painting. Here's another collection of paintings here. Let's go. Oh, let's go like this. Here's some other bizarre paintings. There's a little collection of paintings right there. A little far painting right there. So there we go. I don't want to get. I'm not gonna be too hospitable right now. I'm not gonna be too much of a what do they call that? A house something. I don't want to give too much of a tour right now because I'm on a roll with this. But yes, we can definitely do. When there's time, I'll definitely do a tour. Not hospital. What's the word? I don't want to like get too over distracted from what's happening here. But yes, I do have paintings. Thank you for the ooh la la comment. It's funny that that people like the paintings, but nobody likes these drawings. None of you are interested in this interesting method of learning how to draw, really, compared to the paintings. It's all good. All right, so here we go. We're doing, like, the only reason why I feel like I could paint is because I learned how to draw. I drew like this stuff on a regular basis. So here we go. Adding in some of the textures here for the facial hair. Got really thick facial hair right there. Really thick facial hair right there. And then some facial hair right there. Facial hair right there. Facial hair right there, and allow this to curve up. And this is going to curve up like that with that facial hair, that piece of facial hair right there. And then this is going to curve in. And curve some facial hair right there. That's got some facial hair. Get that facial hair. And there we have that one. So, Wonderland, did I find that the hands are big? There's similar exercise yesterday, just drawing hands for hours and hours. You think Kim Jong-ji talks about this? Well, you know what? I would not be surprised if Kim Jong-ji talked about this. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Like, Kim Jong-ji probably spends, at his peak, he probably spent 10 hours a day drawing. And I'm sure he's probably done that for like weeks straight. 12 hours a day, maybe, Kim Jong-ji. So I wouldn't be surprised of any feat that, like, I would be fascinated at the feat, you know, but I wouldn't be surprised. Like, you know, if you were to tell me that he spent 48 hours over the course of 2.5 days on a drawing bender, and just nonstop, no sleep. He had too much caffeine for whatever reason, and he just couldn't stop drawing. I would not be surprised. If you told me he held the record for most hours awake drawing, I would not be surprised. I would still be fascinated. I would be absolutely blown away, but I would not be, like, at least a bit surprised about it. Yeah. So, you know, draw my own hands. Yes, draw my own hands. But you gotta, like, the thing I love about this book, though, is, like, this book teaches you more than just drawing. It teaches you, like, an aesthetic of drama. You know, it teaches you like this element of like of just drama. Create like a beauty in pain, a beauty in struggle, a beauty in like just a twistedness. There's like a sinisterness in some of these, but there's also like an elegance. So let me give you an example of like something that I would have never learned from just like studying people's hands is like, look at this pose. This looks like a really, this is the Bargue book. Yes, this is the Bargue book. But it looks like a really simple hand gesture. But like who actually, when was the last time you actually studied your own hands in this, like this format, right? Like with this one knuckle up, like why is the knuckle up? There's like so much subtlety in this hand that like, you know, if you were to just draw your hands, you'd probably just be like that, you know, like a boring hand, just like, oh, let me draw my hand while it's drawing, or like with that, whatever, you know. But I think what you really take away from this book as well, aside from the skill of drawing, is like how to study a dramatic, like even this hand is just resting. This hand is just resting, but it's got this quality to it, this like amazing quality. This, you know, I mean, same thing except from a different angle. Like look at this hand. Look how amazing this hand is. You know, it's just got this subtle, like who holds their pinky like that, right? Nobody holds their pinky like that. And then like the finger like that. That's like something that, you know, you have to learn how to get people to pose. You ask anybody to pose today for you, and they're just going to be like a standard, you know, just a standard little pose. Like even the way this knife is held, right? It's not like a stabbing knife, right? They're not prepared to stab. You don't see the muscles tense, but like there's like a gentleness to the way this knife is being held, you know? Like there's these subtle details that are in these things that were chosen, these parts, these pieces that were chosen that like really teach you a lot if you just look at it, and how to do drama, how to have a flair for the dramatic, the aesthetic, there's a whole, you know, visual, there's a whole visual like visual significance to these things. So anyway, nails aged and worn, put my hand in my lap and draw it. Yeah, I do. I have an entire series where I've drawn my hands. But today we are studying Morpheo. You know what? So you said Morpheo. I'm actually going to look up Morpheo because I love things like this where I would totally do, if Morpheo was like this and it doesn't over explain, you know, the other thing I like about this is it doesn't do too much writing. Like I can't stand books that are like that try to explain to you what and how to draw. Like this, I can't stand this. Now, maybe if I really want to dig in and just obsess over anatomy for a day, then, you know, I would study Bridgman. You know, I would dig into Bridgman. Sure, he does a great job. He's a talented artist. He's got some beautiful drawings. But like, if I had to listen to him talk and explain to me anatomy, I would leave the class and ask for my money back. I would never study Bridgman based on, you know, like how do you even, this language is so technical. Beyond the bony part, the nose narrows and the ridge sinks slightly toward the bulb, making a third wedge, base to base with the second. The bulb rises as two sheets of cartilage from the middle of the upper lip, septum of the nose, expands into the bulbous tip, flows over the sides, and flares out to form the ali, or wings of the nostril. Like, you have to have a degree in biology to understand this, I think. And you have to be incredibly visually able to visualize, and you have to, like, you know, even this doesn't help. It doesn't give you, I guess it does give you the descriptions, but, you know, and I'm sure this is helpful. I'm sure this is good. And I'm sure, like, maybe someone someone very smart, much smarter than me, has, like, read all of this and totally comprehends everything and knows exactly how to draw. But see, here's the thing is this doesn't teach you how to draw like this, right? This language yeah, this language doesn't actually teach you to draw this ear. It only tells you how the parts are connected, what the names of the different parts are, but it doesn't actually teach you, you know, the skill necessary, which is how to look at things, how to like it does you just knowing where the nose is, which bone is connected to the neck bone and which bone's connected to the rib bone. Like it doesn't actually teach you how to draw as good as Bridgman, which, you know, he's got this really cool, like cool style. So yeah, none of this actually tells you, right? So anyway, but this is constructive anatomy. This isn't a drawing book, I guess. See, yeah, okay, so this is an anatomy book. So, you know, I got to give him some credit. I was a little critical, but I'm reading this now and it says, you know, most of this is an anatomy book rather than an art book. But still, you get the idea. All right, well, this is an anatomy book then. But anywho, Morpheo. Let's go back to Morpheo. How would you describe Morpheo? Oh, okay, so this is Morpho. So this says Morpho. Morpho. Okay, so there's a classic book from the Wayback Machine, Morpho Simplified Forms Anatomy. Oh, yeah, okay. So they use simplified forms to create. Okay, good old constructive. Oh, I see. Yeah, so good old like constructive. You construct the body with Morpho. And by the way, I'm on Internet Archive. It looks like this book is in the public domain. Yeah, it's open source. So this book is open source. I wonder when it was published. Let's see. Published in... Yeah, I've heard of Morpho before. I've, you know, honestly, I've avoided doing this whole like connected shapes and stuff. I know it really helps to teach form. And I actually started drawing like this. But I don't know. Just never really clicked with me. Actually, I studied what's his name? He does a lot of Marvel comic books. Lee In-hyuk Lee. In-hyuk Lee actually teaches a lot of this type of stuff. He actually builds up all of his forms and all of his styles. In-hyuk Lee, let's look him up. In-hyuk Lee. If you don't know who he is, I'm going to pull him up. This is In-hyuk Lee. I'm sure you probably know who he is. Oh, Lee In-hyuk. Amazing artist. One of the best comic book artists there is. Does all his work digitally. But you know, you can see his forms. Like, let's see. Let's look at it, see if he has a tutorial here. Yeah, see, exactly. So In-hyuk Lee basically does this Morpho form. I studied his course. It just never clicked with me, honestly. I should probably go back. I can't go back to his course because it's already expired. Unlike many other lifetime courses, his courses only last for like a little while. But he does I guess he does the Morpho method. You know, you can see him do the process. Of course, his coloring is pretty phenomenal in Hyuk Lee. It's unlike any other. That's probably what makes him one of the best. Isn't just his use of Morpho, but his actual like coloration of everything is pretty amazing. I got to study. I'm glad I got to study his work, but the Morpho. Maybe I should have studied Morpho first before getting into his work. Like, I imagine if I studied a lot of Morpho and then tried to study In-hyuk Lee, I would probably would have done much better in this course. But I just never did well with this course. Also, I don't like doing digital art, and his program was digital, and I like studied it, but I don't know, it didn't work for me. But Morpho, good to know. I might look back into Morpho again. It's a fun thing because it's good to know how shapes and body parts come together, and like, you know, it helps you to really think of design if you're working from scratch, and to design working from scratch. Whereas I think this is really good. It really trains your skills of observation, right? This really teaches you to observe and study, and like also gives you that like aesthetic, that dramatic aesthetic. But all right, In-hyuk Lee In-hyuk. Yeah, honestly, he's probably one of the top digital artists that I could name off the top of my head as far as like comic books go. But like, you could tell that his style, though, most of his character they have a format, right? There's a style to it. They've all pretty much got the same shaped head. They've all pretty much, just got this like body type. Nothing wrong with that, but he's really good. He is really good. And his course is pretty good. But what's funny about his course is like, what I like about his course is he's like, dude, there's no shortcuts. You just got to practice, man. And he'll like keep going and he just repeats the same things over and over. Like he'll start with the base and he'll keep building, building, building. And he's like, that's it. You just almost every single time it's like there's no secret. You just got to practice. Like just keep building out. And he just starts from the beginning and then builds up the character. Starts from the morpho and then builds up the character. Starts from the morpho idea and then just builds up the character. Like, yeah, just like this, he does it the same way almost every single time. And yeah, his course is really good. I honestly, if you did morpho and you like digital art and you like pop, I mean, I guess you don't even need to do pop fan art, but if you like that, you probably do really well in this course if you're really good with morpho, or if you've studied morpho enough. His course is totally worth it. It's a little expensive, but and it's limited time. You don't keep it forever, but it's a really good course if this is the type of artwork you want to do. But it is not the type of artwork I want to do. Also, I didn't have like again, morpho didn't really click with me. But yes, there we go. All right, well, that's Lee In-hyuk Lee. He has an amazing course that teaches you how to do digital graphic art, but you can apply it to so many different things. It doesn't just have to be graphic art. So let's see, what did I miss? Students ask questions. What's the longest I've practiced? I don't know, like 4, 6. Like what's the difference, right? 5 in one day. Sometimes I break things up. Like I'll do 2 at one, and then like I'll do like 3 or 4 hours later. I think my longest stream was like 7.5 hours, maybe. Glenn Vilpu. My long stream, but of course, I take breaks. I don't think I've ever done just like more than 4 or 5 hours straight. Like I might like turn it off for a bit and then go back. But let me see, what is Glenn Vilpu? Okay, Glenn Vilpu Academy. All right. He doesn't really have a good social media presence. It's not, his last post is from 2014. But he's got a following. Yeah, I have Proco's course, but I never really, I don't really use Proco's course as much. I prefer this, honestly, over Proco's course. Yeah, it's amazing. Vilpu. I also took Peter Hahn's class. If anyone knows Peter Hahn, he's part of Peter Hahn is part of the same organization that Kim Jung-ji was, Super Ani. So I took his online sit-in course, and although I learned a lot, I think you still need to go in with his program with some basic foundations. Like the more foundation, the stronger your foundation, obviously, the more you can pick up from him. But Peter Hahn has a pretty good drawing course, which I would recommend if you want like a actual sit-in live Zoom sessions once a week. So Peter Hahn, the course that I took was his. So he has 2 versions. So Peter Hahn has a has a version of his online, two versions of his online course. They're both the same class, right? So he does this Zoom thing, and maybe he changed the format. I don't know. This was a couple years ago. Maybe he changed his format, but you can pay for two versions. You could either pay for the just a seat, where he doesn't give you any coaching, doesn't give you any feedback. You're not allowed to ask questions. You're just there to watch and then give the assignments. And then he has one where he actually spends some time with you in each class, looks over your work, and it gives you critiques, gives you advice to move forward. And and I think he might have an online drawing. He has like a bunch of books, but I don't think he has just like one full like course that you could just watch for hours. I don't think he's done that yet. Oh yeah, so here you go. You get a sit-in seat. Again, this pricing's from December, so you could, yeah, I guess this pricing should be accurate. $7.99 if you want the actual like sit in and interact and participate with feedback, or just $189 for the just to sit in it. So that looks like his prices. I would say it's worth it. It's a good, like, it moves fast. I think it's once a week, right? Yeah, 8 meetings once a week, and like it just starts from the most basic, and then by the end you're building up fears. But honestly, I think this is also a version of what do they call it? Morpho. He also does a version of Morpho. Yeah, you know what? Now come to think of it, the first few courses, parts of it has to do with like building shapes into each other. So yeah, a lot of people do Morpho, I guess. Morpho is also more modern. Like this is from 1850. I think Morpho is like, I don't know. I don't know when Morpho was designed, but let's see. What is the Laricella? Oh, I guess this can't be public domain because it was published in 2019. Notice, oh, that's weird. I wonder how this got reprinted then. I don't know what the copyright situation is. Someone must have Morpho head and neck anatomy. Anyway. Yeah, so Peter Hahn's great. Yeah, so Peter Hahn's awesome. But you know what? I think a lot of the programs are definitely catered toward, the modern artist. That a lot of these like new programs, like Peter Hahn and stuff, they're really catered towards, the modern artist, the digital artist, and to quickly build shapes, build characters, to really build the shapes. Because when you're drawing, I think like if you're drawing circles, right, and then you want to add like ears, like cat ears to it or whatever, and then you want to like erase, and then you get the mouth in the front and a nose, and then you get the triangle eyes, and then you want to narrow down the side of the face and then give it a triangle, and then you want to build around it, and then you're going to build around it, and then I don't know, it's like, then you got to erase all of it. So if you're doing digital, it's easy to kind of like erase all of it. But if you're not doing digital, Morpho, especially if you're like painting, right? If you're training to paint, like actual live physical painting, like this is going to be chaos, right? You can't draw over this, or you can't really paint over this with physical paint. It's really difficult. But if you're, so I guess it's also the purpose. But if you're doing digital art, you build a circle, and then a nose in it, and then you can erase that, and then you could like tighten up the nose to add more detail, and then you kind of like shape out the face. I don't know what that shape is, but so digital art's a little different. I think Morpho is really good for digital art, but for painting, and it still helps you to draw no matter what you're learning to draw. But now that I'm thinking of it, if I'm really analyzing, like, do I want to study Morpho or do I want to, study this? I think at the end of the day, it really comes down to, what you want to study it for. And if I'm going to analyze it, I would say, Morpho's great for the basics, fundamentals, and even advanced stuff, like when you can really start to organize, you could draw anything and put it together. But if you're training to like draw or paint, I think Morpho, live paint, like physical painting rather than digital painting, where you can easily erase lines and then just build layer on top of layer. I think Morpho is best for digital. But anyway, that's my opinion. I haven't really had a discussion on it. So what do you think? What do you think, Wonderland? What are your thoughts on what I've said? Do you agree? Do you disagree? What are your philosophies? I know I tend to get lost in these talks, but let me get back to this drawing. I would totally give, like, Morpho's good to study, though. I think it's good to study a lot of methods. But that was one thing for when I started, when I was doing concept art school. Something that my teacher noticed, my mentor, he's like, dude, you're trying to study way too many different methods, dude. He's like, pick one, stick with it. That's it. Like, that's all I needed to do. And you don't want to learn. And this is, that's from a guy who is very successful. He's a director for many video game companies, many video games. Like a lot of Blizzard. He was a director for for the art for many Blizzard games. And he told me straight up, like, I could tell that you're trying to learn all these different things. Like, I see, you studied Peter Hahn. He went to school with Peter Hahn. He's like, I see you study Peter Hahn. I see you, like, going on these other programs. I could see these other things that you're trying to do. But, if you really want to get good, you got to pick just one style and at least, finish one program. He could see I was struggling with Proco. I was struggling with Peter Hahn. I was struggling with, like, I was doing all these different methods for digital art, and he saw that right away. And he's like, man, you just got to pick one thing and stick with it. So that's part of the reason why, he saw that I was doing Drawbox. So I was doing all these things, and it's one thing when someone's like, oh, what are you doing? But he knew exactly, like, he could tell, so I was like, that's when I knew he was like a good mentor. Or, like, not that he was a good mentor necessarily, but that he could, like, smell the weakness in me. And I thought that was pretty powerful, right? He could, when your mentor could smell your weaknesses and be able to tell you before you're even, like, that's good. I like that. Drawing shapes over and over. Morpho's all you know so far. It's helped for sure. Like an in-person class, mentors have been helpful in spotting mistakes and such. Yeah, exactly. But that's great that you were able to stick with, like, Morpho. Sounds like that's a style you like. That's a style that resonated with you. And you know what? You give it enough time, you will master it. Or, you'll be able to use it for other things. I don't know. Maybe you won't master. Maybe you'll master something else. Maybe you'll come up with something that helps a lot of people become better artists. I don't know. But we're going to go across right here. And yes. But I'm mainly doing this to paint, right? Like, I do this to learn the aesthetic, to learn the design, to learn some of the, I really like this because it teaches my perception skills. Like, with Morpho, you learn the shapes of the body. And, if you're designing characters, it's really good for designing characters. because it's like, you know, if you're designing character, you're like, oh, hey, you know, I know the shoulder goes like this, and you know, this upper torso goes like this, and then this bottom torso goes like this, and then, you know, I got a cylinder here, that cylinder here, I don't know, like where does the cylinder go? Like cylinder here, and then another cylinder here, and then you got another cylinder here, and then, you know, you got the neck, and then an oval here. So I think Morpho, now that I'm thinking of it more, I'm like, you know, Morpho is absolutely amazing for helping you design characters. You know, you have a general idea like, hey, I got to make a Spider-Man, or I got to make, you know, this character with a huge very interesting and large dimensions, you know, or whatever, and then it can quickly help you like design it. I obviously I'm not like a Morpho pro, but you know, just this idea. But what I think it lacks is, although you can design characters really quickly, which is great for video games, anime, general drawing, advanced drawing, I think where it lacks and it's missing things is it's not. And I haven't studied Morpho, so you could probably tell me better. But if I'm like thinking about it right now, um, it doesn't teach you how to see something that you're looking at. Like here, you know, if you were to see this face, you know, you can Morpho it. You could be like, hey, I got the eyeball right here. There's a sphere here. I know there's a sphere. And then, you know, I cover around this way. I cover it like that. And then I know there's a like a pyramid here. There's a pyramid here. And then, you know, I have to round this out in order to capture the nose. But, you know, you're thinking so much in the term of shape. You're thinking so much in like shapes and how to put them together that it doesn't really teach you how to Morpho doesn't really teach you how to like really look and spend a lot of time trying to figure out like where the parts disappear. So, you know, if you're drawing from scratch, then Morpho I think is amazing, right? Like if you're drawing from scratch and someone's just like, hey, go design a character. Go design some cool character just like, you know, chilling on the floor with their feet in front of you and one leg up, and they're just like, just draw that, right? Like just draw that character, and then, you know, just I don't know, just draw that with them chilling on the floor, one arm in front of the other, you know. Then I think Morpho is really good for designing that, for building that up. If you're totally doing it from scratch, from the imagination, Morpho will probably help you better than this. But this, I think, really does a good job of teaching you. So I guess they both come together in some way, you know, like this really teaches you how to observe, right? Like obviously these lines are guides. You know, these lines are guides, and it's going, hey, is this line that comes straight down, is that angle mess right there, right? Is this perfectly lined the same way that it is in this image? So on one hand, you know, they both have their strengths, I guess. Now that we're talking about it, this is great. Yeah. So both formats have their strengths. Like this would not teach me how to draw from my imagination. The only thing I would be able to try to probably redraw is whatever I see right now. After I've done it 5 times, I can probably recreate this somewhat loosely. But I wouldn't be able to just like make up like a villain character with like a nose. I mean, I guess I could, but not in the way that a Morpho person might, like to build up the whole body from scratch, like draw Spider-Man in 10 different poses. Whereas this, I have to actually see Spider-Man, see somebody draw. Both you know, it's better if you have a reference, but in general, I think they both have their benefits, their reasons for existing, and their strengths as far as how to study drawing. And I'm glad you brought that up because now I know the difference, or at least I think I do. Sometimes you think you know things, but you really don't. So I will leave that caveat there. But yeah, so like Morpho, you know, like if you're drawing in person, I think although Peter Hahn teaches this, Peter Hahn teaches like if you're drawing a car, you know, start with the sphere, right? Start with the sphere and then like, you know, go there's another sphere like back here and then this isn't actually exactly how he teaches, but you know, he'll draw the wheel is a not a sphere, it's a cylinder. And then you know, you draw the box on top of this cylinder. And then you know you draw through to create the width of the actual truck, and then you know you draw this through, and then you know you have this other sphere here, and then you know the axle is gonna come through here, and that's a sphere, and then. But I think what's really helped, and then you could pretty much draw anything this way, build it up. But I think what creates like a nice, easy drawing is just be able to observe, right? Like just be able to observe, look, and then see where things begin, and yeah, I don't know. So many different styles, so many different ways to accomplish certain things, and they've all got their strengths and their weaknesses.
Where's my hair now? It's such a mess. I can't find the little sweeper thing.
So this eye's a bit small, but that's okay. Just a small eye. That was a fun discussion. I really enjoyed you chiming in about Morpho and some of the stuff you've done. That's great. Yeah, so Peter Hahn's a great mentor, by the way. He gives you a lot of his time when you're in his program. He gives you a lot of his time. And, you know, he's a really, really good explainer or he's a really good, great critiquer, which I think is so powerful when you have, you know, when you're starting out with drawing, you know, he's able to like really point out what you can work on. And, you know, although his method is his method, his way of dynamic sketching, he calls it. It's a thing, its own thing. He's really good at helping you find what you need to do to get better. And he does talk about proportions and stuff. Like he talks about like, oh, well, like the wheel, you know, you measure, you say the wheel, and then the central area, I don't know if this is called the carriage, is like 3 wheels long. So you go 1, 2, 3, and that's how you start to do proportions. So he talks about it, he touches on it. So we all know, like, you know, proportion's important. Understanding where things start and end, and just the power of observation. And then it's up to you to figure out what you want to do with it. So Peter Hahn, really great course. I need to go. Whoa. Let's see. Whoa. So we're going to go the chin right here. Oh, okay, that's about right. And I think this chin needs to come down. Oh yeah, this chin's going to come down around the nose here. Yeah, the details. And I don't really like to like get caught up in details so much, right? Like you look at In-hyuk Lee's work, and you know he's not like so detailed that you're like, oh, look at this piece of hair that he drew on his character, right? But of course, digital art's going to be way different than how you might paint. Like In-hyuk Lee isn't going to go to the detail of like drawing this subtle shade right under the eye as this eyelid curves around, You know, that's not what he does. He is a master of what he does. And if you want to know that style and become a master of digital art and, you know, painting, comic book, or any style of a fan pop art, like it's a great. He's got a great program. But definitely digital art. Since we're talking about it, digital art, Morpho, amazing. Coming up with characters from scratch. You know, you have an assignment, especially if you're thinking of concept art, doing concept art, like,
Can I put it on the floor before you rush me?
you know, like if you're thinking about doing concept art, somebody gives you an assignment. Hey, come up with 10 different monsters that are octopus. So, you know, I guess like someone doing Bargue would probably, you know, pull up a reference of an octopus and then just, you know, sketch out the different parts of it. And you know, they got to like do the tentacles or whatever. But then and then they have to actually have the reference. But somebody like, I don't know, In Hyuk Lee would start with a circle. Or like do an oval and then restart and then draw over that and then, you know, get a couple cylinders here, get a cylinder, or I don't know how he would do it. I'm making this up, but a morpho artist, not necessarily In Hyuk Lee, but a morpho artist in general, you know, they could just start building it up where the tentacles come. So different approaches. If you want to learn totally how to draw from scratch, then Morpho's probably, you know, design characters, do amazing fan art, different poses, and you have to have like quick turnaround times on all different things, then Morpho's probably the way to go. But if you're, you know, planning to paint, physical painting, and or you're like, I think how would it work out in digital art? I'm trying to think. Like, honestly, digital art changes the game so much because, you know, you can erase you could layer, you can erase lines, you can shade, you can change the structure, you can skew. There's so many things that you could do in digital art that like physical art does not do. And yeah. Boy, I could talk about the arts forever, for on and on and on and on. Or cats. I could talk about cats for a long time too. We have cats. So here we go. At least it's good to know, you know, I think more importantly, it's good to know what you want to do and whether you enjoy it. Like, you know, do you enjoy Morpho, or do you want to, you know, do you want to go draw in public? Do you want to, you know, I think even Kim Jung-ji, you know, honestly, if I could ask Kim Jung-ji, I would ask him if he studied Morpho. I think you said he did study Morpho. Did you say he was studying Morpho? I don't know. Something tells me Kim Jung-ji didn't study Morpho. Like, maybe he knows Morpho, but I think he said you would draw stuff like Kim Jung-ji. What was it? Somebody said, oh yeah, so Kim Jung-ji would draw hands, you said? So yeah, I mean, if I had to guess, I don't think Kim Jung-ji... you know what? I scratch that. He probably studied a version of Morpho, or at least like breaks it down like Morpho, because I know he talks about like body shapes and like spheres and stuff, and like, you know, breaking a torso down. Kim Jung-ji talks about like he like has this cool exercise where he like draws a human torso and then he cuts it into body parts, cuts the body into separate parts, like this, but maybe much better. Well, definitely much better, but you know, and then he like draws the spine. It's like, and then he draws the next body part here, and then this is like the other leg, And then, you know, you go all the way down to kneecap here or whatever, and then calf. And that's a body part cut. So, you know, I guess this is some version of Morpho where he's able to like separate body parts and slice them apart. And it's a version of Morpho, right? Yeah, concept art's really cool. I mean, concept art is a great thing to do if you're really passionate about like designing characters and like designing new things, but you're also willing to be able to do work very quickly.
Fill you guys up? I don't know,
Yeah, concept art. I like the idea of concept art, but I just knew that I would not succeed. So I went to a digital concept art school. It's called CG Spectrum. It might be worth looking into if that's something you want to do. But at the end of the day, I actually left that school. I quit after two terms because digital art was not clicking for me. I was not doing well with digital art. I didn't enjoy it. And yeah. So anyway. Good program though. Great mentors. Like they are some great mentors. I like to say this, like if I really had that passion for digital art, if I had the passion for digital art and I had those mentors and you know, I really wanted to work in video games or whatever, I seriously believe that you know, those mentors would have been amazing guidance to help me find a great job because they worked at some of the top video game and they were industry leaders. Let's call them that. And but again, I was not into digital art. Great mentors though, amazing mentors, very talented. They taught me so much about painting too. Like I learned a lot from, even though they taught digital art, I learned a lot from them about painting because, you know, they just definitely showed me like, hey, this is the possibility here. This is what you can do. These are the possibilities. So CalArts is the closest to you, but you're not sure that is what you want. What do you mean what you want? Do you mean like to go to college, or do you mean like what CalArts offers, or do you mean what the actual school of study? Because I think CalArts teaches fine art, don't they? Or like, aren't they design? I don't know. I feel like they're design, like a really well-known design school. So here we go. We're actually going to do two more faces. I'm going to do this face up here, and then I'm going to do this face, and then we're going to call it a night. Call it a night after these last two faces here. But hey, nice of you to join us, Wonderland. Great to chat with you, dude. Sounds like you're living in California. I'm in California too. If if you ever go to like Urban Sketchers or something, I don't know if you know what that is. Like Urban Sketchers, they're a group that usually they like go out and they do live like sketching together as a group. If you ever do something like that, you can let me know. I'll consider joining you. I haven't done that in a while though. I should go hop in an Urban Sketchers event sometime soon. All right, so let's see. That's the nose, estimating the length. Last time I made the nose way too small. I think I'm falling into the same trap of a small nose again, but I think all I need to do is make this smaller. Yeah, I just need to make this smaller. I'm going to cut off like right here. So that's fine. All right. And then let's go like this. This is going to go, let's see. I come around here and whoosh, whoosh. Yeah, this note's going to come out a little bit further. A little bit further. And then bam. 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 So are you thinking about CalArts, or are you thinking about like an art school, or what's going on with that? What's the thought process there? Very cool. Awesome that you're going to school for arts. For the arts. And then here we go. Maybe this chin is a little bit, it's a little bit weird, but we're in the Bay Area. Oh, is it? Okay. Just working towards your art history degree at the moment, but taking other art related classes on the side. Hey, art history. Amazing. So what's your area? Have you like picked a specific era, specific art movement? I don't know how that the art history degree will work, but got like an art movement that you like to enjoy? And here we go. Let's get these eyes. Let's get these eyes. This should be crossed right over there. Okay, that's about right. Let's go. Might be a little long, but that's okay. We're going to come around here. No specific focus. You think you'll teaching? Yeah. That's great. The world needs a good art teacher. The world needs good art teachers. It's a tough category to teach in, but necessary nonetheless. I was at a museum at Bergamo Station specifically. This place called Bergamo Station, and they're like a publicly open, really nice luxury a collective of luxury galleries, luxury art galleries, and they had this one exhibit called STEM. Oh yeah, well, like science, technology, engineering, math. But I was saying, they need to include art into that. Like, art is visually just as important for helping create an interesting society. Not just as important as medicine. I don't want to go like that far. But like once you know how a bridge is built, it's like you could just repeat it. Once you know how, maybe I'm going a little bit cuckoo here as far as what I'm saying. Like once you know how a certain type of medication is designed, once you know the chemistry of a plastic, you can just repeat the process over and over. I guess you could say that about art too, but you know, when we think about what would the world look like without Steve Jobs and his design of Apple, right? Like, what would the world look like? Would it still be like this really clunky, ugly world without Apple? I mean, it's you know, would anybody say that Steve Jobs and his design of Apple is not just the actual design and the art of it is not just as important as the technology itself? Technology was always going to be invented, right? The technology was already there. He just packaged it in an incredibly beautiful, elegant little design. And then turned it into a massive part of our world. But maybe what that's saying is art can turn something that's somewhat boring, like science and technology, into something great. But anyway, oh yeah, so back to what I was saying, I was like, you know, instead of just science, technology, engineering, math, like it should be STEAM. Art should be included in every design thinking or engineering thing. I don't know. It's getting late. I'm kind of rambling about stuff that I'm probably wrong on, but you know, like the more I see like art, right? Like if I go to like, or if I see like see an exhibition, like a lot of like sculptures now, a lot of them use engineering principles. You know, they're like engineering principles, design, balance. You need engineering, you need technology to do some of the art that's out there now. You need math, engineers for sure. I messed up a little with this line right here. It's a little, excuse me, a little too dark. So I can't fix that, but we'll just leave it. Whatever. Like you can't have Apple without art. You can't have Apple without design. You can't, you know, maybe Steve Jobs' genius isn't that like, you know, obviously Steve Wozniak was the genius for Apple, but maybe Steve Jobs' genius isn't like the idea because Steve Wozniak was the idea guy, but Steve Jobs is the one who added the art to Apple. And that's why. So maybe somehow we can convince more business people to be like, hey, we need freaking artists. We need people that are gonna be able to like make our company sexy, make it hot, you know? That's gonna come from art, not. Is anybody gonna correct me and be like, dude, you're totally wrong. You're an idiot. Of course we need technology. Of course we need engineers. Of course we need brilliant scientists. We don't need more artists. Nobody's gonna correct me on that, right? Anyway. So you just wonder how AI will impact this. That is too big a artists or creators, yeah. No. Yeah, AI will. Oh, gosh, AI is gonna affect everything, man. AI is going to affect everything. It's gonna change the world. It's gonna gonna impact a lot of jobs. Impact a lot of the way we do things. It's gonna totally impact our lives. It already has. And by the way, that's another reason why I moved out of digital art. So my mentor did the task of introducing me to AI art. And this is before like ChatGPT became this huge thing. Like ChatGPT was already big when this a while ago, but like it was right after I learned was my teacher was showing me, my mentor was showing me about AI. But like as soon as I saw some of that AI and like he was like showing me how to use it for concept art. And he was telling me how like some people he knew of a guy who like basically just outsourced all the art to these people in another country and then he just claimed that it was his and he sold it. He was like working full time as an artist remotely at this video game company and he was saying how they basically just like outsourced all the artwork for really cheap elsewhere and he wouldn't do anything. He wouldn't actually make any of the art. not my mentor, but my mentor knew a guy that did it like that. And you know, now you're hearing about all the AI stuff. And you know what? These businesses who need the concept art, they don't care about like, you know, artists' feelings. You know, they don't care about the uh the uniqueness. I mean, maybe they do, but like if an AI could come up with a unique design just as well as any human being, you know, the business person doesn't care that much. Stop it, Pookie. Stop it. Stop it right now. All right. Why are you standing up here? Just go away. But maybe I'm being pessimistic. Maybe like I know some business people care about the ethics of AI and everything, but I'm sure the majority who are like working managing these big companies probably don't as much. They just want the concept art. But where I think the biggest market, if you can study it, the biggest opportunity that's going to be around for at least a little while is 3D. I think that's the biggest opportunity. If you're looking for a career in art, video game, animation, all that, then if you could do 3D, that's like the place to go. I think 2D is more likely to have their jobs stolen from AI than, excuse the cat butt here. Patience for 3D. You know, some people just got a knack for 3D. You know, it's like they're already technically savvy, and then they just have a knack. Sorry about this. Somehow she knows the camera is seeing her. This is what cats do. They show you their behinds. All right, that's enough of you, girl. That's enough of you. All right. Anyone who has ever had a cat knows that cats like to show off their butts. All right. So, here we go. Y'all didn't need to see that. I just imagine waking up to that in your face every morning. Oh man, cats are crazy. They are a goofy bunch. Only cats. Oh man. Well, I would not be surprised if someone would started that. I mean, that's basically like every social media platform is dominated by cats. Pookie, stop. Can you go bother Kathleen? Ow, 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 stop cutting me with your nails. Ow. All right. We got one more face and then gonna wrap up. But yeah, the patience for 3D. Not only do you have to be technical, but you know what I heard? So my friend, her husband did like some of the 3D models for Call of Duty. And what she was telling me was like, you know, he's really amazing. He can make anything 3D, but like he has zero creativity. Like, you know, you could tell him to like make a cube, and obviously she was probably exaggerating, but you could ask him to like make a cube that's pretty unique, and you know how easy it is to make a cube in 3D. Like there's literally a button for it and you just drag and drop. But for him, he would like struggle with it. That was her exaggeration, obviously. But that's the idea of, you know, creativity. That some people, they just can't make things, right? Like for whatever reason, they just can't come up with something, but they can totally, if they see it, they have an idea of it. If someone makes the concept art for them, someone spends the time to design the concept art, then they can make it. And that is the beauty of humanity, that we all have special gifts. Might be lacking in some areas, but we all have some special gift that makes us a good part of a team, right? Until AI takes it away from us all. So anyway, this is going to be the last face that I'm drawing.
Give you more
The
food?
last face.
You have enough? You have like bottomless pits, you know?
So this eye is going to come like right under the nose here, which is about right. It's going to start like this. Okay, and this is going to go up. Let's see, the edge of this eye. Ooh, the edge of this eye. Okay, that's a little further ahead. This head needs to come down through the nose. It's gonna come right. I don't actually know what this forehead symbolizes. Like this line right here, like it's saying that the forehead is sloped and it kind of like goes perfectly toward the lip. Not quite exactly sure, but it's okay. Just basically coming down like that. And then bring this, give this a little bit. Maybe it's just the curve that it's trying to point at. I feel like every one of these lines symbolizes something. Like I know this line symbolizes that, you know, the center of the eye basically pops up just in the middle of like the bridge of this nose. And this bridge is like actually the bone. You know, I think the bone kind of ends like right here maybe. And then the rest is cartilage of your nose. You know, you can kind of read like what they're saying is, you know, the jaw. This pretty much matches like the structure of like how a mouth actually is, right? Like our skull, if you take away all the flesh, you know, kind of, I think it pretty much does curve around like this. And then, you know, there's a big gap here for the nose. And then there's just like this bone that juts out a little bit. And then there's these big holes for the eyes. And I think all these lines represent isn't so much like a guide as much as it is trying to tell you like, hey, these are certain things of how that face is structured. And I guess the face is structured because, you know, I guess some people can draw the face flat, right? Like imagine if this was actually drawn flat, like forehead down past the nose and then the mouth was like perfectly right in front. That would look really weird, right? Like let me just try to sketch this out on here. Nah, do I really want to mess up this book? I don't know. Who cares? So if I was to draw that like that and then draw that like that, like I think that would look kind of weird, right? If it was just totally flat down under the nose. That's not how the face is designed. So I guess that's what it's trying to train me to do, is explain to you that like there's a slope on the forehead. Now I will say, growing up, I was called Flat Face. It was my nickname in elementary school. And what I find interesting is I wonder if that's because my face is actually flatter. So, but this you know this face kind of stays like this. I don't know why I'm sharing my childhood trauma, but you know, it makes me think of it right now. I'm like, what about my face, as far as the shape goes, makes these designs this way, right? What part of my face influences, or what part of anybody's face, like, you know, how does it slope like this? Why was I called flat face? Not necessarily for the sake of trying to analyze why were they mean to me, but trying to figure out what the structure of my face was from, like, you know, a creative standpoint or a artistic visual standpoint. What made it like that? All right, so here we go. Now, because now that I'm seeing it, right, like you're seeing that there is a slope between this part of the forehead, just between the nose, bridge of the nose, and the top of it, and then, you know, there's a curved slope. Forensic skull reconstruction. Yeah. And even this one is just like a subtle slope, just a subtle slope. I love learning this idea that, like, you know, the forehead and this slope helps you to create and guide where the well, this guy's got a very angular nose. So this bridge still goes down, but I guess this is in the front. So, you know, everyone's got a unique way of shape. Like this very much clearly explains that, you know, there's such a wide variety of faces, although there is a structure of the skull. I feel like there could be an entire time just spent studying like what these individual lines are actually implying, not just like as a guide here, but as a, you know, what it actually implies about the human skull, the structure of the human facial anatomy. There's probably a lot more than just, you know, what I'm interpreting from this piece. So let's go like this. Oh man. All right. So let's see. I'm gonna go like this. We got this. We got the basic forms, right? This is all pretty accurate. This seems to be sloping fairly accurately. There's alignment there. So, and then let's see how accurate this is. If we take a straight line down from this, it should touch the tips of the mouth. So that's not perfectly accurate, but, well, this could end. I guess all this is saying is I could end it a little sooner. So I could end it like right here and then, you know, right there. Yeah, these lines may be a little too long, but generally it's not too bad if I just go straight down like that. Okay, so last one. Let's get into the shadows. Let's get these shadows in nice and let's get these shadows in. How are these shadows being described? It's hard to figure out how these shadows are being described. So we're gonna go like curve this around. Once I get that, this is gonna go. You got to remember that I think these are actually based on statues. They're not actually based on real people. They're statues. So these will look a little weird. Like, as you can tell, none of these figures have eyebrows. That's because they're based on sculptures. So because of that, they're gonna have a structure. They're gonna have, like, you know, certain features that are fairly unhuman, right? Like, these proportions aren't totally human. They're actually based on I don't like to use this word, but idealized forms of the human body, right? Like what the Renaissance artists, the Leonardo da Vinci, and what he estimated as the perfect Vitruvian figure, right? Like that's what some of these are based on, I think. These statues, these figures. So, you know, these aren't typical people or typical designs or whatever you want to call it. Let's go like this. darken that. Add some shadow there. And let's see, we're gonna tighten up this. Oh yeah, I messed up this line, so that's why there's that weird extra part right there. And then let's go into the shadow right here. And let's come around like this. Oh, we should add this. Huh. This nose gap, this nose structure came out of nowhere. It's like there's no hint of it up here. So now I gotta like figure out how to add this nose gap, or this nose the bulge on the nose. I guess it's very subtle, so we don't need to worry about it too much. But you know what? Actually, never mind. What I was gonna say is earlier I was talking about how the morpho technique, uses objects, cylinders to like design an arm, and then you got to figure out how to like take the hands, and then draw out thumbs, and then the pinky is just like a cylinder, and you break this up into more cylinders, and then you got the structure of the hand right here, the palm, and then you got the fingers that extend out. And then morpho uses that to like build up everything. And I was gonna say, digital art is really good for that, because you can erase everything and then just keep the final structure of everything to make it look like an arm. And I was saying how in like if you're actually just like preparing for a painting, that could be really confusing. Or if you're just drawing from life, you can't do all that. And I was gonna say that, this is kind of the same way, like so what Bargue teaches is to draw out the sketches, the major areas, and like use straight lines, and then at the end of it you got to like you have to do something to the lines to make them look more natural. And I was gonna say those lines are kind of like these, but not so much. So if anyone, I like to clarify when I'm about to say something, because I don't like sometimes I don't mind sharing my thoughts even if they're wrong. It's the performance art. So here we go. Let's go like this. Get this. This is like a mustache, I guess. It's part of the performance, the act, the YouTube channel. And then let's go like that. Get this rounded out here. And then actually this leaves like a pretty sharp angle. Here, we're gonna wrap up here. So I don't know who's still here, but Michael, Wonderland, thank you all for being here. Gonna wrap up with this final head right here. You know what? I want to give him just a bit more of a shadow around the nose. Just a nice deeper, a little bit more of around shadow. And there we go. We're getting along the way. We're starting to learn different parts of the structure and everything. And look at this eye. Let me try to draw an eyeball in here. Yeah, that works. A little eyeball. Well, anyway, we're gonna put this pencil, close up this pencil. Yeah, the cat's back. Let's see. She wants to say hello. There you go. You see her? She's like grilling me. She's like, "It's time to go to bed, dude. What are you doing up right now? Why are you still awake? Huh? What's up, Pooh?" She has these eyebrows. I don't know if you can see her eyebrows. She's got these very like white eyebrows there, right? And they like surround her eyes. So she always has like this facial expression because of her eyebrows. They're not actual eyebrows, but like, it's just a fur color around her face. And they make her look like she's always got some sort of expression. But anyway, best cat ever. Let's close this up. We got a STAEDTLER. Close it up. What's great is it's designed pretty well, because like, you could see that it has totally collected. If I was to drop this, it wouldn't affect the lead at all because the lead is perfectly in there. Well, maybe it might have a tiny bit, but you know, easy. Pop right out. Start drawing again. Thick lead. You don't have to worry about it breaking. And then when you're ready, close it up. Push it all the way to the bottom. And then look how good and deep in it gets there. It's great. Deep in. You see it? Tap, tap. Tap, tap. Focus. Focus on the pen. So it stays sharp. So it doesn't stay, you know, it's like any lead. Like this lead isn't like, can last a long time. You know, I've been using this for like an hour maybe, but it's not that sharp. Here, I'll show you the difference actually. I don't know how closely you could see this because of focus, but I will show you the difference here. So this is the lead right now, and then it comes with a sharpener. So this is STAEDTLER Mars Technico. It comes with a sharpener on the back, and all you need to do, you pop off that sharpener, put it on the top here so you can see. Actually, you know what? Let me try to wear it down a little bit more. Let's go. Just to give a better example. Let's give these shadow. You know what? We're going to darken these shadows quite a bit. Let's just darken the shadows here. Darken the shadows. All right, so as you can see, it's pretty flat now. Can you? I mean, it's round. But anyway, let's use this, the sharpener that comes with it. It comes on the back of it, so you never need to, like it's so convenient. So convenient. Love this. Now, it is pretty messy, though, and I'll show you exactly right after we're done here. So, you know, let's see. It does a great job, an amazing job. I'm actually pretty surprised at how good it is. But let's see. Couple 360 turns. Look at that. And you got yourself a nice, sharp pencil. It's hard to get this camera to focus right, but just a moment ago, it was pretty flat. I wore it down quite a bit. And I'll do it a little bit more. You don't need to do it too much, just enough to get a nice point. But what I will say is it stores up all of the graphite in here, and then it just gets really messy. Let's see how much it is already spilled. See? So it spills actually a lot of graphite. It's a lot of graphite that spills out when you sharpen. So you got to be careful. Make sure that, like, you know, you're not sharpening over white clothes, or you're not doing this over your meal or your food. And, you know, there's always like little particles left, but you could figure out like when it's finally out. You don't want to accidentally drip water in there too, because otherwise it gets too, it'll probably get all stuck in there. But at the end of the day, you know, stay safe, stay clean. But most of all, this is so convenient. It's like so many things in one nice little pencil. I think you could only, but the only thing is though, I think you could only fit like 2 leads in here, 1 or 2 leads, but they're really long, you know. I think they're about that long. You know, they fit pretty much the whole pen. So you can really only fit maybe one. I can't remember if you could fit 1 or 2, but you can't fit more than that. And you know, you got the sharpener. The sharpener is amazing. It comes in so clutch. Because I guess the only, like, how else would you sharpen it? There's no other way. People don't make sharpeners for these, so I guess that's the only way. But great design. What a good idea. Mars Technico STAEDTLER. So we're gonna call this a good night. I'm gonna put my pens away where the kitten can't get to it. And we're gonna call this a night. So thanks for being here, y'all, and take care. Good night.